biggest lies that we have been telling in Western media is that Japan does not have feminism. I think it's really funny when people say that feminism doesn't exist in Japan because you are seeing it. I am obviously a feminist myself, so I support Japanese feminists.
No, right, so this is your feminist in Japan. A foreigner who comes to Japan, a leftist libtard woman who comes to Japan to destroy the culture through feminism.
Axel chat YouTube switching to Trader Rekt is in a hole.
Incoherent force that tries to apply to force the patriarchy to remove the patriarchy, and that it is an inherently incoherent position that a lot of people take to destroy nations. It is a nation-destroying ideology that exists to basically prevent the birth of the next generation through manipulating women and emasculating men. So here we have feminists in Japan, which are Western liberal white women. So to all my Japanese viewers, let me just say, not so different, you and I. Both of us tormented by liberal white women.
Because you are seeing it. I am obviously a feminist myself, so I support Japanese feminists.
Nothing like foreigners coming into your country to literally destroy your culture. Yeah, I'm getting used to it.
Nobody cares. I swear these activists are the most annoying people on the planet.
Oberust, hey homie, I can share your stream in a community to help you hit 200 and 100 viewers and also earn 1000 per stream. Add main on Discord Oberust1.
Feminism here in Japan.
I think a lot of feminists in Japan are trying to advocate for people to feel free to do what they want. And not only that, but to also not feel the pressure to become like a housewife or something like that.
Literally, who the fuck are you? Like, you have people coming from other cultures.
They try to destroy yours.
You can do if you want to, but I think that you should have that choice and be able to say
everyone has that choice. There are plenty of working women in Japan. In fact, there have been working women throughout all human history, essentially. Like this whole idea of, I'm a feminist because I want to give women a choice in life. Women always had a choice in life. Well, not always, but for a long time had a choice in life. They don't need you.
Okay, do I want to do this or do I want to have my career or do both?
Yes, that is the same person from the first video. She was using that face filter, which is never for mine. Anyway, her great. I'm going to come to Japan because I like the culture. Anyway, I'm going to destroy the culture. Solution to helping a country that's already in an extreme birthing crisis is to take a population that's known for working so many hours that they can't develop a social life and encourage more of them to enter the workforce. That's right. Well, then how do you fix the population crisis? Oh, that's right. You're right. Hey, we'll just fix that problem. Destroying Japan's culture with mass. I'm a feminist. Women shouldn't actually get married with children. Anyway, let's just replace them. Infinite rounds. Third world integration. It's a satanic ideal. Alright, Western ideals are, I don't know, Christian civilization, which is not pro-feminism.
Definitely, and I think people love to say, oh, no, I'm thinking about stuff. I've researched this, and it's all Japanese literature that I've looked at, and I'm like,
Let me tell you how I can change your culture.
Talk about these things.
No, you haven't.
Julianne789 hello.
Hey, what's up?
Julianne789 how is it going?
It's going alright, I guess. I kind of had a rough morning. I'm just sitting down to relax a little bit. I had to fix my coffee maker.
Julianne789 oh good morning.
Well, good morning. I literally just started this stream like 4 minutes ago. And I fixed my avatar.
Julianne789 yeah I see. Julianne789 BTW did you start uploading on YouTube?
No, not yet, but I will be doing that. I'm going to be starting that I'm going to be doing that Either Sunday night or Monday morning.
Which brings us to modern day Twitter, where Elon Musk just made it so that posts by Japanese people auto-translate into English, and posts by English people auto-translate into
Julianne 789. Alright, sounds good.
Japanese. And after about 20 minutes of this, it started a cultural revolution that resulted in this flag here. Japanese people found out how much Americans liked them, and Americans found out how much cultural appreciation of America that there is in Japan. So basically the sentiment of this moment in history was both countries saying,
Julianne 789. And what about GTA?
I will be I recorded a couple hours yesterday. But probably not even an hour, but I'm going to be doing more later today. What are with all these? Well, I'm surrounded.
But
19 knots. I don't know if
Julianne
fast enough.
789. Kindly upload the recorded one on the link.
I will do that. I'm heading into another group of them. There's a lot of pirate ships out today. What do they communicate or something?
Julianne 789. Thank you.
Is that coward run?
even Japanese. Japan is not communist country. We don't want communism. Okay? You're racist. And just to be very clear, they're professionals of making a racist out of nowhere.
Anyone who knows anything about communism doesn't want it in their country. So much like in America, a lot of, and we have like our Hassan Pikers.
Fuck.
Import Hassan Piker into our country. All right, he's a Turkish guy who's here.
Of course, I gotta advance in from this
Comes into our country and
fucking sun.
deal with this absolute anti-American motherfucking communist going out there trying to manipulate us and turn and get our politicians that he doesn't like to activate.
Who the fuck? The random dodo comes running up. Okay.
Which brings us to Yusuke Kawai, who's sort of a famous right-wing troll in Japan. If you want to have an American equivalent, maybe Alex Stein going to council meetings and doing stuff like this would be a good comparison.
AOC, my favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. You're my favorite. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina. I love it. My favorite AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC.
Again, Yusuke is sort of a Japanese version of that. And so recently, he was just north of Tokyo in Saitama, protesting a Kurdish festival because there's been a lot of conflict between Japanese people and Muslims in recent years. And gee, I can't imagine why.
Oh, motherfucker.
Trying to force their values on the people of the countries they immigrate to? Or could it be the culture of violence that Muslim immigrants are known for? Oh, so I see the Japanese have known about this stuff for a while. Anyway, so at this Kurdish festival, someone punched Yusuke. Obviously, I can't show the actual hit because of YouTube, but it's pretty easy to find on Twitter. Now, if you're looking for prey, reacted to the hit a little dramatically, kind of like he was auditioning to play professional basketball. But the overall point here is that there shouldn't have been a person to strike him in the first place.
Why am I not climbing aboard? There we go.
Pushing for extreme penalties for political violence instead of the usual catch and release policy that we have now. If we stop tolerating it, we won't have it. Notice how people like California and New York are just like Jackson. See the kid around down here. Heave away and with the whale boys. For Tortuga we will steer. And we'll sing in joyful chorus in the watches of the night. And we'll sight shores of Tortuga when the great dawn brings the light. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea. Rolling home to dear Tortuga, rolling home to Danzig. Up the house is the ringing, blows the loud exulting gale, like a bird's pronounced the ring. Speech is a part of the Japanese vocabulary. And this whole response to the speech is really meant for saying Japanese first, which is what are written up in Spanish. This is another example used in Kawai. I don't understand why a lot of people say in Japanese population should really be the cause of every conflict. It's not everyone's obligation to act as a charity. To show that they are valued to the people who are already there. Wasn't the most obvious shot in front who was constructed by their own benefits?
Fuck.
Birthright citizenship for children who want to non-stay at home should be the ball drop. Outside of that, I
Motherfucker. The fuck is going on? God damn fucking keyboard. It's a piece of shit. I gotta get a new one.
Hybrids absolute. Hybrids absolute. How goes the sea battles?
There's something fucked up about my goddamn keyboard, man. It's not going well.
Hybrids absolute. Oh, what happened with it?
It's fucked up. I don't know. It's not working right. I'll turn. Like I'm holding that turn. I'm not even touching the keyboard. It's like there's sticky keys or something, but my sticky keys are deactivated. Hang on. Let me double check that. Of course.
Hybrids absolute. Did that help?
Yeah, it did. I fucking ran aground, so now my ship is stuck. There we go. I got it loose. I'm not having a good morning. Fucking coffee maker broke on me this morning. I had to fucking fix it. So I basically wasted a pot of coffee because it plugged up. God damn it. So yeah, I'm not having a great morning. I fucking got ants again, but at least I still got ant spray, so I got rid of them. Fucking cat robot fucking was broke. Just the whole morning was shitty.
This is a podcast in Japan featuring 3 hosts named Joey, Connor, and Garn who talk about anime, food,
Japanese culture, and tell cute little personal stories about what it's like to live in Japan.
I went to a public onsen in Niseko. Niseko is a very famous ski resort. It's also famous. Japanese ski resort with 0 Japanese people in it. It is so goddamn expensive that no Japanese people are there.
It's basic.
Isn't that nice? They price out the natives so that they can make a little enclave.
Basically Australia.
I was at a bar in Niseko after skiing, and I was lining up, and there's this Japanese guy who's super talkative and genki. And I
Hybrids absolute, hopefully it gets better.
I've seen him, and he's like, oh, yes.
Dude, when I first was started playing this morning, I had 6 ships chasing me. Luckily I got away from. Well, I sank 2 of them, and I got away from the rest of them.
This is unbelievable. They're just like actual little talking heads. They go to another country. You are literally the foreigners in the country that they hate. It's crazy. It's crazy. They voted en masse against people like you. Crazy. The lack of self-awareness is wild.
I don't know. Like,
It's the first time he realized he's a minority in his own country.
Yeah. It's crazy.
We're taking over. We're outbreeding you guys.
Not a single Japanese person.
Japanese people are getting priced out of their own local spots because of over-tourism. Gee, I wonder whose fault that is. And for the people who are
weird, huh? Yeah, that's wild. Now, he does like a pretty good job on the rest of his video. He really breaks down this whole idea that none of these people even speak the language. They all go to Japan, they all talk about Japan is nice, and I'm a foreigner, this is great. They don't learn about Japan. They are the parasitic immigrants that culture has. I would go through the whole thing with you guys, but the reality is but this clip is insane.
And how do people like this have the audacity to start telling Japanese natives what to do when they have to say it in English? Going back to abroad in Japan, I've already showed this clip in a prior video, but it was so fucking ridiculous for Chris to say it when he's not fluent in Japanese that I'm going to show it again.
To the right of my image was not important. And at what point do I...
At what point am I just as Japanese as you guys?
Does my opinion matter something? People reacting like I need to what
Why is my game getting laggy?
I am a local just like you guys. I have papers. That prove that I'm just as Japanese as you.
Inherently a local. No.
Except you're not a local. Dude, it's unbelievable watching people do the same shit that we need to tolerate over here.
Lived in Mega 3 years, but
and you don't speak the language. You don't speak the language. You don't share the culture with people at all. It's unbelievable levels of
Hybrids absolute, I don't see you in catcam anymore either. Nice.
But this is absolutely wild watching this happen everywhere. This is like the commie globalist hate that's happening worldwide.
Son of a bitch.
Had enough of this. They elected this far-right government they've had it ever. And yet, you guys are the problem. Hi, I'm a foreigner. I don't belong, but I'm here anyway. I didn't do any effort to assimilate into your country or your culture whatsoever. Now let me talk to you about how my opinions matter just as much as yours. Now I'm going to influence your country's future. Foreigner fatigue is a global phenomenon. We will not let our countries rape us. We will not let our governments rape us. We will not let foreigners brought into our country rape us. Now, another fundamental issue with the unfettered migration is the fraud. The fraud is just astronomical. Alright, from the Somalis with the bananas and rice and fucking in Minnesota to the California shit show where people are finally actually getting arrested. Nick Shirley, absolute goat, met up with Scott Beck to actually discuss with him how we are going to be taking arrest the fraudsters. I think that's awesome. I think that's just awesome.
It could be a $250 to $500 billion, so roughly 10% of the total federal budget.
Is it fair to say that?
So they're at 10% of the total federal budget is going to fraud. And then they just want to bleed you dry on taxes. It's like Zoro Mamdani can't have free buses. Yeah, we can't have free buses.
The past 4 years, we were getting looted from fraudsters.
100% accurate. If you're receiving public assistance, how do you have a Mercedes? How do you have a BMW? So we will track that down.
Today, we're here at the Treasury of the United States. It's essentially the Bank of America. All right, has over $6 trillion. Essentially leaves this building each and every single year. Right now, with the fraud that's taking place here in the United States, they came up with a new fraud task force, and the Treasury is doing stuff different and they haven't done before to make sure that fraud is not taking place. Today
Hybrids absolutely see the Nixonor video last night.
Dude, this is freaking insane.
I'm watching.
It's actually awesome that we're actually making difference.
No, I went to sleep last night. This is that's 4 days ago. Shit. This one. The UK just snapped. That's the one I thought I was watching. God damn it!
All plopped into Now, there's no government on the planet that hates their own people like the United Kingdom. So we have to talk about what's been going on there lately. It's honestly insane. New, the UK is preparing for shortages of chicken, pork, salad, and other groceries this summer if war in Iran continues. Do we understand the level of cut this entire nation is? You're going to be out of chicken if the war in Iran continues? You're going to be out of salad? Like, you don't understand what we're doing here. Like, they started off
We're out of salad.
And I guess that was receptive to the British people. So they're like, oh my god, we just blamed all of our inequities on Donald Trump killing Iranian terrorists. People don't understand the level of evil that we're dealing with. Because not only is this a lie, right? It's nothing to do
Dude, there's some big waves.
out of salad. Okay, so not only is it a lie, but also
These are the kind of seas I hate getting in a battle in.
into pressuring this war to stop because this country is entirely and utterly compromised by Islam. This is the most unbelievable, bald-faced lie I've ever seen in my life. And now, Keir Starmer just came to America, so we have a lot to talk about. So, breaking, Taiwan stock market cap soars to 4.14 trillion, surpassing the UK. UK can't stop taking L's. It's honestly unbelievable. Economic struggles are tough right now. Yeah, the economy's a nightmare in England. Like, it's crazy. Israel, a country the size of New Jersey, constantly at war. Israel has a higher GDP per capita than England. How is this even possible? And you know, like, every time I do this, I get like British people upset at me and stuff. Not the basic British people that are trying to like restore Britain and save their country, but the loser British people that are cucked as shit and always offended by stuff I say. You literally can do nothing with it. Because if you insult me on the internet, you might go to jail.
Ah, shit.
I'm so sorry. What are you gonna do? Call me a slur and go to jail? All right, dude. Right, so this is crazy. New breaking news: if the UK joined the US as the 51st
Why do I
state,
never have enough
we
wood?
would be the poorest state in the entire union. That is correct. And look at this one. Mississippi, which is portrayed as a swamp-dwelling hillbillies in majority of international media, is above us. Oh my fucking god. New analysis reveals Brit thought that the UK ranked 7th among 100 states. However, it is ranking 51st. Every single state of the United States of America individually beats England's economy. So you have this guy being like, Mississippi is portrayed as a swamp with hillbillies, and it is still above us, England. You know, the posh people, all the James Bond movies, right? So, and they're still worse. Like, that is how bad England is right now. And it's purely because they're woke fucks that import third world retards and freaks that do nothing to actually contribute to their country, their culture, or their economy. They're paying everything out into this welfare bullshit. They're socialized retards, and they refuse to actually drill for oil. Like, it is unbelievable how they've killed themselves. So the governor of Mississippi shows up out of nowhere. As we say in Mississippi, bless your heart. As you say in the UK, assalamu alaikum. Oh my god, dude. Just an absolute death blow. Holy crap. No, breaking. The government is now investigating reports. Oh, this is huge. Investigating reports that asylum seekers are pretending to be gay to stay in the United Kingdom. That's right. They invade England, and they try to deport them. No, they don't. But they make believe they try to deport them. And the asylum seeker's like, actually, I'm gay. I would get executed by Islam if I return. And they're like, holy shit, you should stay. But it is crazy watching the far-right conspiracy theories just get justified every single time. This is also in England. Scientists call for an immediate ban on boiling lobsters alive. A study confirms crustaceans can feel pain. You literally aborted a third of the babies in your generation.
What does Nux care? He eats kosher.
This is crazy, bro. And it's like, what? A living animal can feel pain? Like, are we even being serious? We won't ban halal, but we will ban boiled crustaceans. We won't ban industrialized child murder, but boiling crustaceans? It is wild. Just in, new analysis reveals that the Brits ranked in the UK. They thought they ranked 7. They actually ranked 51st. This is brutal. Absolutely brutal. The British public wrong about nearly everything survey shows. One of the wildest article titles I've ever seen in my life. The UK was totally cool with Iran controlling the strait. The US takes it over and stops Iran's shit. The UK gets angry. Weird, huh? Yeah, completely and utterly sodomized by Islamists. All right, so this is queer Starmer freaking out, and he's fed up at Trump.
I'm fed up with the fact that families across the country see their bills go up and down on energy. Businesses' bills go up and down on energy because of
so
the
drill for oil.
Putin or Trump across the world.
You can't possibly blame Trump. He's blaming Trump for Iran bombing ships on the Strait of Hormuz. You know, Iran commits an act of terror, all right, Islamic terror takes place, immediately blames Trump. Like, you can't even make this up. It's unbelievable how cucked these people are.
I'm on the wrong island. But I will check out this thing here while I'm on this island.
A woman outside of a church by several men. All right, so several Muslim men rape a woman in England. They protest, and they shut down the protest. They will not tolerate it. Gang rape is tolerated, just not the reaction of the gang rape. And this is all of England. And here we have UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and French President Emmanuel Macron. They've arrived to talk about maybe doing something to secure the Strait of Hormuz. These are like absolutely, unbelievably useless people. Like, these are fundamentally useless people. It's crazy. Look at these guys going to meetings to talk about what meetings they could have, about other meetings that they could take to write strongly worded letters to stop terrorism from happening. It is unbelievable that we're even tolerating these guys. Long-term allies and completely useless, cucked retards, sodomized by Islamists. And honestly, everyone is starting to notice that the UK is cooked.
Legal advisors help migrants pose as gay to get an asylum. Undercover BBC investigation finds.
We're investigating immigration advisors that are encouraging migrants to cheat the asylum system. To penetrate this shadow industry.
This is treason, by the way. These people that help the asylum seekers lie to infiltrate your countries, y'all gotta start hanging these people for treason. Legally hanging them.
We've had to go undercover. Our reporter is posing as a former student who wants to...
Our BBC penetrated from multiple angles.
Say in the UK, they're not being persecuted. They've got no genuine basis to claim asylum. But we've heard some consultants are prepared to help migrants.
This whole asylum shit is crazy anyway. It's like, because our culture is better than yours, we have to accept retards into our country because their culture sucks. Now they're going to come to our country and make our culture worse. Asylum is like a fundamentally retarded, entitled position that so many people have. All right? Look, man, asylum is a charity. We do not have to give you charity. We are not obligated to give you charity just because our culture is better. It's not like we were just all plopped into this world randomly and our geography was better than yours.
Oliver Mary TV. Good morning, Mr. Angryugan.
Good morning.
Because our culture is better than yours. Because our forefathers are better than your forefathers. Because our principles, our doctrines, and our society is better than yours.
I can't believe voice chat mispronounced angry, but correctly pronounced Lugan. I should be offended by that.
Obligated to help third world retards at the cost of our own civilization because, well, oopsie poopsie, it's unfair to them, is a fundamentally, like, communist position. And so many people think that somehow we're obligated to help these people. We are not.
Migrants like him pretend to be gay to stay in the UK.
Pretend to be gay? Don't worry, the BBC will go under the covers to penetrate you, to pretend to be gay.
What do? You have to show up with like a Village People t-shirt? You have to be a fan of Assassin's Creed Shadows?
What does being gay look like?
Hello?
I wonder.
After...
Bro, there are men that can identify as women.
Oliver Mary TV got that.
Putting out some feelers, our undercover reporter's phone rings out of the blue. Someone's got in touch from a number that we have not got saved.
And then I don't know who the person is, but her name is Tanisha. Yeah, in gay.
All right.
But I'm not a gay. She goes, doesn't matter, no one's gay.
No, I'm not a gay. Being a gay sucks. We execute a gays. I am not a gay. And then she said, but make believe you're gay, and then the government will make you stay because they don't want to send you back to the back savages.
One's gay.
Later that evening, our undercover reporter puts a face to the voice on the phone.
Okay.
This is Tanisha Khan. She's invited him to her home in East London for what will turn out to be the first of several meetings. Tanisha explains one specific way to remain in the country.
We can get you a visa. It's on human rights. It's called gay case or same sex.
We are literally getting scammed by the third world across the entire West. And you're not allowed to notice or you're
You have to prove that you're an LGBTQ person. That's it. There's no other hope for any other visa.
For a fee, Tanisha offers to provide evidence to support the fake claim.
So you just get let in if you're gay? What the fuck? How does something...
because you're an asylum seeker. You claim that you're gay and that the radical Islamists will execute you to go back to your homeland, and they all understand that. Like, they'll say that their culture is the same as ours, but they can't send you back to that culture because that culture will kill you. And then we will import these people into our countries and say that our culture is worse and we need to make our countries like theirs. Do you not understand how it works? It's so obvious. It's so simple. You see, Haiti's a shithole, so we need to bring Haitians here and tell them that actually we need you to turn our country into Haiti too, while we fund the shithole of Haiti, and while we're manipulated by you retards telling us that Haiti's actually great.
Sarah Ioala, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Something like this happened. I will fully prepare you, compile your comprehensive package for you.
Give you dildos of all colors and sizes.
Sarah Ioala, how about the cats?
Fit into any orifice that you have.
The cats are fine. They don't like hanging out in here because I keep it cold in here.
And be like, as you can see, I am incredibly gay. I have all the dildos that prove my gayness. And then the gay police officers in England will say, for a simple sex, we will have...
Sarah Ioala, you don't sit near the cat cam again. Hybrids Absolute, it says GTA on Twitch.
Oh shit.
In any way possible, and they'll never send you back because you'll say human rights. I am first to stay here because
That's because I was playing GTA yesterday.
Nigerians hate the gays, but I am the gay.
Including photographs of you at clubs. Guys, does anybody here like going to a club? I've got bad or good news for you, depending. You're gay. And various other pieces of supporting evidence. Look, this guy's listened to Creed on Spotify for 632 hours. Oh,
I almost forgot what game I was playing.
No, we know. Say no more.
It's actually much easier. I love how like everyone's trying to make it complicated to prove that you're gay. Bro, if you could identify as the other gender with no evidence, you could identify as gay. Like these countries have developed systems to let them rape us, but I could give you an even better one. Right? This guy will be like, I would vote for leftists. Oh, you're gay. Welcome, welcome in. Human rights, a weapon used by the left to slaughter us.
Asmon missed this, but in the full video they actually explain how this is massively widespread.
You think you've seen it all, and then you see something like this.
Our reporter makes a down payment of £150 to become a client. He's invited to attend his first meeting. Here, Tanisha isn't just one of the group's advisors, but a star attraction. Our reporter is in there, and every time we've driven past, there's more and more people going.
It is just a giant group of illegal aliens going to learn how to pretend to be gay to live in the country forever, and they can't deport them because it's a human rights violation.
And it's clearly absolutely packed in there, so this isn't...
Human rights, by the way, imply human wrongs. People don't understand it. And also, human rights aren't real. Human rights are gay. Human rights, you're probably gay. But human rights are not a real thing. It's a social construct invented by retards to manipulate you. Human rights aren't real.
There's people in London, there's people all over the country. Yep.
Come 200 plus bande.
We are 200 plus gay people. We've all gathered together here to gay together. By proving our gayness, we will be let into the country to rape your girls, and they won't expect it because they'll be like, wait, I thought you were gay. It's not even 1% gay.
1% भी नहीं. 1% जानते हो? 0.01% भी नहीं.
Tanisha Khan...
He is not even 1% gay, but he's here with the gay crowd of gays.
denies all wrongdoing and said there've been communication difficulties because she's not a fluent Urdu speaker.
And they don't even put her in jail after investigating this because, wow, she's just a foreigner, she didn't understand.
The Home Office said anyone found trying to exploit the system will face the full force of the law.
I love how they do that, and then they do nothing.
Fact is that there shouldn't even be a system
Oliver
that
Mary
lets
TV,
people
this
in
is
for
the new
being
game
gay to begin
Windrose.
with. That's a retarded
Yeah.
thing to do. Why would somebody being gay
There you go,
have any
yeah.
sort of impact on whether you let them into the country?
Their argument is because the countries that they come from, they'll execute you if you're gay. So therefore, if you're gay, they don't
Oi.
want to remove you from the country because it's some sort of human
Oliver
rights
Mary
violation,
TV, is it a
because
shooting
they'll go back
game?
to lands where they
It's a
execute
pirate
people,
game.
and that's essentially sending them to their deaths.
I do have a blunderbuss.
More value. That's in their mindset. My mindset is
I got a rifle here.
care, and it's really not my problem. If they'll execute you for being gay, I guess you have to stop being gay. What do you want me to tell you, bro? It's literally not my problem.
Think about the implications of something like this. It's insane. That's
The implication is they want to let the world into your country to rape you because they have infinite white guilt. All right? And that's essentially what it's dealing with. And everyone is tired of this shit, dude.
Actual reaction of someone up in your face, close and personal. So he sits there and he holds the knife like this. When I'm touching his hand, he kind of pulled it out a little bit like that.
He was being held at knife point by a UK man who was recording his face, pressing him.
Oliver Mary TV, oh okay.
Which is why he didn't want to make a scene.
Yeah, it's like pirate themed. See, I'm dressed like a pirate. I got a big flintlock rifle. I also got a two-handed sword that
One stab and I'm done for it. If I done anything and he does that, they just run off. Who's gonna stop him? What? The people that works in the kebab shop? That's who's gonna stop him? Of course not.
The UK, known for its kebab.
UK is so embarrassed. This is the one I saw earlier. Look at this. Right. Who could have expected this?
It's a UK man.
Oi.
Stop asking questions.
God damn it, I forgot to put down the
I was told, though, by
thing.
Tucker Carlson that actually the Pakistani people in the UK are so much nicer than the craven, sad whites. I was told
Didn't
by
I?
Tucker Carlson
Yeah, damn it.
it's the white people that are the problem in the UK.
Pakistani woman who's like, oh, we're so glad you're here. Which I don't think I would have gotten from the liberal white ladies.
Genuinely, have you felt threatened walking around?
No, not at all. Bullshit. Who's going to do anything? Pakistanis are all super nice to me, and the whites are all kind of craven and sad. No, you're totally safe here, man.
Yep. Anyway, that aged really well. That aged really well. You know who disagrees? All the British people who he's selling for content. Because that's essentially what's happening here, for those of you that are unaware. All right, Tucker Carlson saying this is selling the lives of a quarter of a million, what's the number? Of British girls that were raped by Pakistanis over the last decade or so. Like, selling all of these people for
I didn't put down my fast travel, so
that Islamo money so much.
hopefully I can get back there without getting into too many sea battles. Not that I dislike the sea battles, it's just they take a while. And I kind of want to get back and finish these quests. I need a better ship.
Don't tell me chill, little brother. No, tell me chill. This is my hardcore Canadian accent, as you can see. All hands! Don't tell me chill. It's not racist if you tell me to chill when they correct your I'm not touching you. This is classic British behavior. You know how I know I'm British? I have paperwork.
To leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. For the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it great and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. We'd be better off in a nice clean jail. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. All night in and plenty of ale, and it's time for us.
Sarah Ioala, the music is sweet.
Yeah, I can make them sing it. Well, they won't sing in battle.
For the voyage is
If I tell them to man the cannons, they'll stop singing.
It's growl ye may and go ye must. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. It matters not whether last or first, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave.
Sarah Ioala, wow, this game makes sense to me.
Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises, early in the morning. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Break off!
Of course, I don't have enough wood. I never have enough wood. Hold still. That log running away from me. Gonna make me chop down another one? Come on. You gotta watch out for them blue ones. Those blue ones will attack you.
Sarah Ioala, what game are you streaming tonight?
I don't know. I might be doing. I'm probably doing GTA because I gotta get GTA footage for the YouTube channel. So I'll probably play GTA. But then again, I might just order pizza and play straight through all day, and just switch games later. I want to see how far I can get in this game first. I haven't played GTA in a while, and my editor was saying I should probably get some on the YouTube channel because that brings in a lot of views. Let me get my pea shooter out. Dude, that shot had to have woke the neighbors. Oi. I wanna drop that. And we could drop these, just so I can pick these up. A Richard's crew key. So where would an average Joe like myself find one of those? Dude, there's a bunch of
Bright
guys.
Beacon, you created a YouTube channel already?
Not yet. Well, I've always had a YouTube channel. It just never had it. I haven't uploaded anything to it. But I will be doing that soon. I think, well, I also have somebody helping me with it too, so. Oh, am I now?
Bright Beacon, alright, send a link to me on Discord when you're done.
You're in my sight.
Bright Beacon helping you how?
It's an editor. And they know a lot more about YouTube than I do. They know it works. Whoa, dang it. I knew I was going to die. Oh man, did I ever set down the thing? No, I didn't. Damn it. Well, I might as well just sail from here.
Helm's yours, Captain. More sail, more speed.
Yeah, they're helping me make videos and stuff. I figured since they're gonna help me with the editing of the videos, I might as well start the YouTube channel, so.
Listen here. Call all hands to man the capstan. See the cable run down clear. Heave away with the will, boys. For Tortuga we will steer. And we'll sing in joyful chorus in the watches of the night. And we'll sight shores of Tortuga when the great dawn brings the light. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea. Rolling home to Tortuga, rolling home to land today. Up aloft amid the rigging blows the loud exulting gale. Like a bird's one out.
Hybrids absolute, you want a spark.
Yeah.
In the land to which you go, rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea, rolling home to dear Tortuga, rolling home to land to thee. Many thousand miles behind us, many thousand.
Bright Beacon is Juliana on Discord.
Yes, she is. Lower left-hand side.
Bright Beacon, I want to reach out.
Lower left-hand side of my screen is her Discord. Right underneath the cat cam.
Bright Beacon, alright, I'll add her now.
Listen here. I thought I heard the old man say, Johnny Lever, tomorrow you will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. The voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
Oh, it's only the one ship.
Time for us to leave her. That's the lot.
Bright Beacon, why are you coughing so hard?
I was choking. And I cough a lot. I smoked for 30 years. I don't have good lungs. I quit like 3 years ago. How is he reloading so fast? Come on, 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 come on!
Bright beacon, sorry.
The cannons take so long to reload. We're doing more damage than we're taking, so that's a good thing. It feels like my ship's a little more maneuverable than his. Nice. Yeah, dead in the water. I got this battle. I got this battle. They spin around. Oh, he's gonna be tough to sink, ain't he?
Hybrids absolute, can you board and take their resources?
Yeah, but I find it I could still take their resources even if I sink them. I like sinking them. I can
Hybrids
board.
absolute, oh good.
I could board them. Yeah, there's some dudes on that boat. Look at them run around, panicking. They know we're coming. I fell in the goddamn water. God damn. Nope. I sank that. Oh, it's because it was a level 5 boat. I should have never got onto a level 5 boat. That was a horrible idea.
Ships under your hand, Captain. Get the wind.
I don't know where to find iron. If I could upgrade my weapons, my cannons and stuff. Oh, that's what I should have done while I was back at the base. Was get the upgraded cannons.
It's a damn tough life, full of toil and strife. We're the man undergo. We don't give a damn when the gale is done, how hard the winds did blow. 'Cause we're homeward bound, it's a grand old sound, on a good ship, taut and free. And we don't give a damn when we drink our rum with the girls of old Maui. Rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic ground, rolling down to old Maui. How soft the breeze of the tropical seas, no places for a stir. And them native maids in them island glades are awaiting our return. Even now their big black eyes look out, hoping some fine day to see our baggy sails running for the gales, rolling down to old Maui, rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic ground, rolling down to old Maui. Yep. Oh, whiskey is the life of man. Oh, whiskey, Johnny. I drink whiskey when I can. Oh, whiskey for my Johnny. Oh, whiskey is the life of man. Oh, whiskey, Johnny. Whiskey from an old
Hybrids absolute, this is a good shanty.
Yeah, well, I'm about to get into a battle here.
Hybrids absolute, kick their bubble gum.
Yeah, I knew I was going to take that one. Fuck. Come on!
Sarah Ioala, they are shooting.
Dead in the water. I ain't boarding them this time. Just gonna sink them. Where is he at? See, he drops his loot in the water. And then I just gotta go over there and get it. Four deckhands and a combat repair kit. Oh, I got a bunch of combat repair kits. Alright. Yeah, I need those. Matter of fact, let's slap one on right now. I'm going to the wrong island. I'm willing to bet I eventually gotta go to that island, but I gotta go to this one over here. I'm usually pretty disoriented when I come out of a battle. I've beaten 4 level 2s. How many ships is that? There's 2 of them over there. Both of them are level 3. I could take them, guys.
Sarah Ioala LOL.
Is he coming in? He's coming in. Getting frickin' hammered. Let's cut it, boys. I'm cutting it hard. Over the port side, man. Man them cannons. See if we can whip around again. That other dude's coming. He's right at us. Ah, yeah, he blew his load. Come on, boys. Get him, get him, get him, get him. We're gonna try to get behind him. Damn. Gonna zero in on this fucker. Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. How did I miss? Yeah, get out there. Head it back out in the open sea. He's coming in for another path. Stay on him, stay on him. Oh, we can take this, we can take it. Come on, boys.
Hybrids Absolute. You remember the old Xbox game Fable?
Vaguely. Dead in the water. Alright, fix the hole, guys.
Hybrids Absolute. There is a new one coming out.
Both of them dead in the water. That was a nice shot, I gotta tell you. He's still moving too.
Hybrids Absolute. There is 4x rewards for LD Organics missions in GTA. Hybrids Absolute, the weed missions.
Now lads, all hands to man the capstan. See the cable run down clear. Heave away and with the will, boys. For Tortuga we will steer. And we'll sing and
I think the sea shanties are probably good for morale.
watches of the night. And we'll sight shores of Tortuga when the grey dawn brings the light. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea. Rolling home to dear Tortuga, rolling home, dear land to thee. Up aloft amid the rigging blows the loud exulting gale. Like a bird's wide outstretched pinions spreads on high the swelling sail. And the wild waves cleft behind us seem to murmur.
What? I didn't do it. That was the kitten.
Loving hearts that wait you in the land to which you go. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea. Rolling home to work, not warbling.
Alright, you guys just hang out for a minute. It's gotta be hard to swim
Sarah
with those
Ioala,
boots on.
is that not Shoujo?
Where? Oh, you saw her on the back of the chair? Yeah, that was her. She's playing with her mouse. Buddy's laying on my arm. I wonder how many, if I could take that bird out in one shot.
Sarah Ioala, I just see her in the cat cam.
I'm trying to see what the cat cam exactly is looking at. Okay, I see it. Another one of them birds.
Hybrids Absolute, I see the chair or couch, no kitty.
Yeah, that's my old chair. I got a new chair that I'm sitting in. I got a whole new setup. But, that's the old chair. I put it over there so that, because Buddy likes to lay on the back of it. So I figured he could make
Hybrids
a little
Absolute,
more
is that
appearance.
Buddy's chair?
It kind of is now, but he's like sitting by me. He doesn't like sitting on the... He likes sitting on the back of the chair when I sat in the chair. Now that I'm not sitting in the chair, he doesn't want nothing to do with the chair. He sits on the armrest next to me. Better yet, why don't I go there? Why don't you come here? I think I do. Dude, you stood no chance. I like totally murdered you, man. It was actually kind of embarrassing for you. I was like, man. Dude, like, totally died. Hey, buddy. Catch. That's it? 500? Gonna be coming from somewhere. Look at him up there. Wow, I died fast. Like, real fast. And I forgot to put down the fast travel again. God damn it. They're gonna make me get into another sea battle again.
Hybrids absolute, they some strong pirates.
Well, I think I don't even think I invested any points yet into my actual character. All I did was collect resources and upgrade everything I possibly could. Like, I actually have to go out and do quests because my gear, I don't have the resources to upgrade my gear anymore. So that's kind of what I'm working on. That's why these guys are kicking my ass, but I mean, I got a level 5 sword. As high as I could do my musket. Well, these are just tools. My armor. I think my boots are the only thing I could upgrade. Yeah, my boots are the only thing I can upgrade. I want a better ship.
Julianne789, hey, a person named Beacon popped up in my Discord asking for video editing. Have you had any conversation with them?
Yes, that's the guy that does the... He does...
Absolute, yeah, they were just in here.
Yeah, they do my, my advertising for my channel. They're the ones that boosted my viewership. Like those other people that were talking to me, that's how they found my channel. He like advertises my channel. That's why I always have new people pop in all the time. Oh, sweet. I got one of the big kits.
Julianne789, oh, alright.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll throw work your way. Yeah, I sent him through your advertising, so it's working. That's the island already?
Hybrids absolute, I know this shanty, ha.
I was just gonna say, I'm almost to the island too, so it's like as soon as the jam comes on the radio.
789, yeah, thank you so much. They asked me about the prices, etc.
Yeah, that's cool. So I got getting a little more work now.
cars are rolling down Paradise Street. Way, hey, blow the man down.
Hey man, they're playing a bunch of deep cuts, man.
I chanced for to meet. Give me some time to blow the man down. This spanking flash packet, she said unto me. Way, hey, blow the man down. There's a dandy full rigger.
They're jamming the deep cuts.
Give me some time to blow the man down. Blow the man down, police, blow the man down. Way, hey, blow the man down. Blow him right over to Liverpool.
This has got to be the best soundtrack to any video game.
This dandy full rigger to London was bound. Way, hey, blow the man down. She was very well rigged and
Hybrids absolute what the sea shanties.
Yeah. Can you think of a soundtrack that fits a game better than this?
and with this flash packet I spent me half pay. Give me some time to blow the man down. Blow the man down, police, blow the man down. Way, hey, blow the man down. Blow him right over to Liverpool town. Give me some time to blow the man down. Here we go. We're outward bound for Mobile town. And we'll heave the old wheel round and round. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Mobile town, with a hee-ho-ho, oh, 'tis there we'll drink and sorrows drown. Good morning, ladies. Silence on deck.
Oh, hey. No, I want to just take one of these. That's what I need. That's exactly what I need. Exactly what the... Stop it. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Oh, I could helm one of the cannons if I want. I didn't know that. That's a game changer. Whoop. All right. The bullshit ends now. I can die all I want. I got a fast travel platform. What do I got ammunition wise? 7 shots, huh? I really only use the gun to draw them out. Man, there's a lot of birds on this. Oh, those aren't birds. Those are those music flowers. Alright. I died somewhere over here before. Hey dude, catch. Really? You're just gonna stand there and suck up another one? Dude's crazy. He's down for the count. Alright, got my sword out in case somebody shows up and wants to see my ticket.
I will kill you.
Oh wow. Wow. Just gonna do me like that, huh? Luckily I installed that. Ooh, there's a pig. That's a big pig. That is a savage pig. Jesus Christ! Dude, that was almost like
Hybrids
the...
absolute you can block with your weapon.
Yeah, I know, I just keep... God damn it, the guy right there. Where's my... There, I gotta eat some bacon and eggs. Alright. I want to be good enough to kill with a shovel. I'm gonna find that fucker, I'm gonna shoot him
Sarah
right...
Ioala, you died.
Yes, I did. Where's that... Where's that savage boar? He's gonna try to kill me again. Where is he? There he is. Where you going, fatso? Yeah, that's right. That's what you get for killing me. And I took your head. Oh, what do I gotta do with the head? There was a guy that wants the head. Or does it? Yeah, I think there's a dude. Oh, the guy buys them and he gives me money for them. That's right. Alright, alright, alright. It's just money with more steps. There was a big ass-kicking guy up here. I remember that. There he is.
Captain wants you broken. Don't move.
Who said don't move? Was that guy? I hope it was. Did he give me a key? It would be so cool if he gave me a key. Because I remember there was I needed a key somewhere. Alright, I got more gunpowder. Oh, yeah, see, like right here. Oh, it was one of those. I only need one more of those black things, too. To finish a quest. So cool. I'm doubling my progress already. So at least it's worth it. What is sparkly over here? Just plant fibers, huh? Profiteer boots. I think those are actually better than what I'm wearing. Let's get a gander. We got, those are 140. I'm wearing 100. They are definitely better. Here we go. They even look nicer. Alright, let me... This is the one that isn't there. Alright. Alright. It's got that magical musical flower. Let me get the rifle out. I only got 2 shots with it, but it doesn't matter. This just pulls the people towards me. Is that a guy down there? Yeah, it is guys down there. Let's climb up here. Whoa, dude! Oh, watch out. You're gonna put somebody's eye out with that thing, man. Dude, a health potion would be the shit right now. Did I get spotted? What happened?
Lining up the shot.
Oh! He wasn't fucking kidding. He lined that fucker up. God damn. I think I went to the wrong place, didn't I? I did go to the wrong place. There, this is where I wanted to go. Alright. What? Oh. Dude, I'm out of food? Whoa! Dude, that's totally uncalled for. Let me get on the ship, because it'll get the ag off of me.
Sarah Ioala LOL.
Why am I out of food? Alright, you know what? I could take these guys. Hey! Old Pukey McGee. Well, I wanted to go back here and get food. This is my main base. I haven't really worked on it too much. I gotta come back and make food. Alright, now I head now I'm back. Where was that guy that shot me? I want a word with him. Alright, we're going to try to be a little more strategic about this. Alright. I didn't even know where the dude was shooting from. I'm over on this other side here. I answer to no one. Wow, there's a lot of stuff there. I gotta run back to this ship right quick. I don't even remember where the ship was. Right? I'm running the right direction, right? It's over here somewhere. Oh, hell no, I'm running the whole opposite direction. Man, where's my... Oh, God damn it. Man, there's good hunting on this island. The little campfire and everything, man. Do I have nails on me? Alas, I do not. I picked up a lot of wood. Alright, I put that in there. Put that in there. Put that there. I put this head up. How much more? I got 4 more spaces. That. I don't need to carry the money on me. I'm not buying nothing. I get rid of that spoon. Animal fat. No, you know what? I'm just stacking that. Because that's it. These boots, I'm not stacking those. And I guess I'll put that wood up too. I got a lot of wood. Three shots. I feel like I should have more than that, but I guess I don't. Alright, now I could probably pick up the rest of my shit. Let me try a little harder not to get seen. Oh. There we go. I got iron bullets. Now I am slightly more badass. There's still one in there. What'd you get, motherfucker? Where's your buddies at? Huh? Are you guys coming up here or what? What's going on? Whoa, dude's behind me! Fuck. I almost had him. I think that might even be the last guy. Whoop. Pow. I like how I get there in the blink of an eye. Let me eat a little snack before I go in there and reap my revenge. And you bet I'm gonna bust a cap in his ass. Oh! I guess he wasn't the last guy. Dude handed it to me, though. He was a lieutenant. Guess he didn't get his rank through nepotism, that's for fucking sure. Jesus Christ, I got a lot of gunpowder. Wow, I got a lot of shit on me. I can drop a couple things. I go over here and hide in the jungle. Hopefully they don't find me. I could drop that. I guess I could drop this and this too. I don't really need that. The feathers aren't doing me any good. The plant fibers, I don't need those. Alright. Let's see if I could sneak up and shoot somebody in the face.
One clean shot. Good move.
Yeah. That's what you get. That's what you get. Man. A health potion would be pretty sweet right now. Oh, all right, buddy. Come on. You got to get in here. All right. I don't know why you're putting your ears back at me. All right. There you go. Is that better? How's that? Shoujo pissing you off? Hey. All right. Let me make sure. Oh, I'm checking it. Every platform. I got that box. I got that. I got 3 of these. Man, why don't they stack higher? Guess I don't need that. All right. 4 of 6. I got that one. Alright, what about over on these 2 platforms? There isn't one over here. I got that one. Alright, yeah, that one's. Alright, the top over here. She's quite a jumper. There you go. So the only thing I can assume is the last 2 are down here somewhere. Uh-huh. What is this all? What's this other sparkly thing down here? Gunpowder. Wow, I got a lot of gunpowder. I should probably be shooting more people. Huh. I gotta get rid of something. Oh, I'm carrying that around with me. I could be carrying the good stuff. What do you got? What do you got in this black crate? More gunpowder. Jesus, I'm up to my short hairs in gunpowder. Oh, somebody needed gunpowder. Oh, Guinea. Wow, I got a lot of gunpowder. That ain't a joke. Yeah, I stole all these guys' stuff, so they're probably going to be pretty mad at me. You know what? What? Oh, man. Oh. I can't believe I got killed by a pig. Killed by a pig. Hey, why are you knocking stuff on the floor? Why would you do something like that? Jerk. I'm not gonna lie to you, he was a jerk. Alright, now coming down the hill. Oh my god, get away from me. Get away from me. Why would you attack me? Just to die. Zoop. Put that up, we'll put that up. What else goes in here? Doesn't really. But I got a bunch of stuff for this box. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. I think that's where I'm keeping those. Boom. These provisions should be on the ship. I'm assuming I got the first and the third, so the second I think is pretty sure is the last one. Alright, you guys ready to go?
Ships under your hand, Captain. Yee-ho! I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow you will get your pay. And it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow. And it's time for us to leave her. Oh, the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by. And it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow. And it's time for us to leave her. We'd be better off in a nice clean jail. Leave
That's his fault. Hey, Gus, have a chat with that guy.
and plenty of ale. And it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow. And it's time for us to leave her. It's growl ye may and go ye must. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. It matters not whether last or first. And it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow. And it's time for us to leave her. Come on! Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises early in the morning. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor early in the morning? Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises early in the morning. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Early in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises early in the morning. Put him in a longboat till he's sober. Put him in a longboat till he's sober. Put him in a longboat till he's sober. Early in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises early in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises early in the morning. Roll, boys! As I was a-rolling down Paradise Street, way low the man down, a handsome flash packet I chanced for to meet. Give me some time to blow the man down. This spanking flash packet, she said unto me, way low the man down. There's a dandy full rigger just ready for sea. Give me some time to blow the man down. Blow the man down, police, blow the man down. Way, blow the man down. Blow him right over to Liverpool town. Give me some time to blow the man down. This dandy full rigger to London was bound. Way, blow the man down. She was very well rigged and very well found. Give me some time to blow the man down. So I packed up Robin Man.
Hybrids absolute. How s being a pirate going?
It's going alright. If I can find the entrance to this damn cave. There it is. Hey Shoujo, what are you doing? Got that funny look in your eye. Meow. You got your monkey? Here. Wow. It is pretty dark in here. I don't have any light. Damn it. I don't have any light in here, and I can hear something walking around. So yeah, we're not going to dick around in this cave. they want me to go after. That's this, whatever this is.
Hybrids Absolute. They also added the peyote plants to GTA again.
Look at this place. I didn't understand why you wanted to die. Like, literally, you practically begged me to kill you. They're gonna make me go into a cave here, aren't they? Alright, this looks like there could be some kind of entrance here. Let me... Oh, dude. There's a dude right there. Oh, and he's got a friend. Go, you fucking prick! Wait, mind your own fucking business.
Hybrids Absolute. They added a stoner survival where the enemies are aliens, life-sized action figures, wrench wielding clowns, and cluck and bell wearing chickens coming after you.
Right in the head. Oh, and no fast travel, huh? Let me... Because there was a guy, I think I had to give a bunch of gunpowder to a guy there. And he might do me a favor and give me something that doesn't suck.
El pass, and one day, keep your powder dry. If you hear two wolves growling behind you, run. The third.
Oh, because I dropped everything. I do have a closer one than that. That's what we're gonna do.
Hybrids Absolute. Weed and counterfeit cash businesses are also paying out double rewards as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna be playing that later. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom right quick. Alright, I'm back.
Hybrids absolute. When you play later it's 4x GTA money and RP on the pizza missions, 10x GTA money and RP on smoke on the water delivery missions. Rogue Snipero first message: Hoy, I have question, is Bright Beacon good for promoting you channel?
Yeah, he's pretty good for promoting my channel, man.
Hybrids absolute. Do you have the smoke on the water weed business place? Rogue Snipero okidoki, thank you.
No, I don't have that. I have the car wash. That's it. I didn't really get too much into those businesses. Holy crap, I can't hold no more.
blow the man down. A handsome flash packet I chanced for to meet. Give me some time to blow the man down. This spanking flash packet, she said unto me, way, hey, blow the man down. There's a dandy full rigger just ready for sea. Give me some time to blow the man. Relay the song. Ship's under your hand, Captain. All right. It's a damn tough life, full of toil and strife. Where the man undergo. We don't give a damn when the gale is done, how hard the winds did blow. 'Cause we're homeward bound, it's a grand old sound, on a good ship taut and free. And we don't give a damn when we drink our rum, but the girls of old Maui, rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic ground, rolling down to old Maui. How soft the breeze of the tropical seas, now the ice is far astern, and the native maids in the
Damn it. I just threw out a bunch of wood. Oh, man. I'll find something to eat. Where's them blue birds that a blue dodo? There we go. See? Told you. Come here, prick. Hey, your buddies are dead. Don't peck me. I'll peck you.
What the hell?
Whoa. Hell to the no. Alright.
Hybrids Absolute, you stopped listening to your videos.
I just turned them off. I can turn them back on. I think I just paused it. Yeah.
It says British because I'm gay.
Amanda, what you do?
That one's pretty much over. Almost got assassinated.
Literally, a society raping itself into oblivion. One of the main causes of most of the issues in modern society. This is one of the new
Hybrids Absolute, well, if you're done, it's I don't know if you were listening to it anymore.
Was actually arrested a year before.
No, I turned it off because we were listening to the sea shanties.
And then she kidnapped and stabbed a 3-year-old child before the cop eliminated her.
But right now
Thank God the cop was there to eliminate her.
I'm storming a fortress.
Lots
Oh,
of
there's a
situations happening. Now this is a women's situation that just went viral. Sabrina Carpenter, famous women that hates men exclusively. You know, if you look at the actual polls, approximately 40% of women say they hate men now, which is awesome. Definitely good that society is brain rotting women into hating men and therefore hating themselves. Because ultimately everyone wants to get married and have children. Let's be honest, they all do. And now people say no, but I'm an exception. That's cute. Anyway, so Sabrina Carpenter recently got into a lot of drama lately because she said she didn't like a certain aspect of a certain culture. Right, so someone in the audience goes,
Is that what you're doing? I don't like it.
I don't like it. Lady screams, "It's my culture," which is kryptonite against women.
That's your culture, is yodeling? Is this Burning Man? What's going on?
Right, so obviously a lot of people were like, well, this is like the most nothing burger situation of all time. All of her libtard fans, because she literally made an entire career shitting on men, so all of her libtard fans got really offended that she said that. I don't like it to another culture. I can't believe this. All right, so this became a great meme. Is that your culture? I don't like it. Just based, actually. I fully support this meme. This meme is very fucking funny. But every rational person is like, this is the most nothing burger thing on the planet. You're allowed to dislike things from other cultures. You know, I'm personally not a huge fan of the fact that most Islamic countries have child sex slavery. I'm just not a huge fan of that. Some people like it. I personally do not. Call me a bigot. We'll see how far that gets you. But of course, she needs to be held accountable by women. So this is Pokimane, complete and utter retard extraordinaire, decides to come out and say that actually she deserves to get canceled for saying she doesn't like yodeling.
I mean, I think she was saying Burning Man derogatory, but I've never been a Burning Man, so I don't know. But I think she was trying to say, like, you guys are kind of wiling out. And I think it just hurt me to hear specifically that reaction to...
It hurt Pokimane to hear the reaction to someone interrupting her concert by yodeling at her.
Someone speaking about their culture.
Some cultures are shittier than others. You should know. You come from Morocco.
It just reminded me of, you know, when you're in middle school and you bring like your ethnic food to the cafeteria and people are smelling it and they're like, what is that? That smells weird.
Sometimes ethnic food smells like dog shit. All right, I'm just gonna be real.
It said fast travel activated, so I was automatically assuming.
Like, I don't think this is reason to like assassinate her character or say she's a terrible person. I think it's maybe just a good, one, learning opportunity, and two,
what are we even doing here, guys? She made an entire formal apology for this.
Moment for us to maybe realize we should start reacting to things that we don't recognize with such negativity.
She was interrupted because some bitch was yodeling at her. Listen, Pokimane comes from Morocco. The average IQ in Morocco is 80, and currently 27% of Moroccans are inbred. So, you know, like, we gotta take this with a grain of salt. Also, Morocco is mass executing dogs because they have a World Cup event in like 3 years in Morocco, and they want to make sure they don't have dogs there because Muslims hate dogs. So they're massacring the dogs in Morocco right now.
Not for long.
So I actually don't like certain things about your culture, Pokimane, and that's fine because you don't have to like all the things about my culture. You know, you go out there screaming about how much you hate the rich before you're rich. I obviously hate the fact that my culture is awesome. I guess, and I hate that your culture
Send me best to Davy Jones.
Child torture and dog abuse.
God damn.
Just because you don't get it doesn't mean you need to put it down in any way.
You don't need to scream your culture in my face, though.
Especially if it's something cultural. Whether
something cultural. But she knows some random bitch is yodeling at her in the middle of her concert. Like, these people are unbelievable. This is like virtue signal Olympics over here. If something's annoying, you could call it out for being annoying. It doesn't matter if it's some other person's culture. We have to walk on eggshells because some retard has a culture that's not necessarily yours. I was gonna stop that Egyptian man from raping that woman, and then I remembered, well, actually, 99.3% of Egyptian women
my
have been
new
raped in their
punching
lifetime,
bag.
so that's just part of their culture. You know, I saw that Somali actually mutilating someone, and I was gonna stop him, and then I was reminded, you know,
Send me
99%
best to
of
Davy
Somalis
Jones.
have female genital
Wow,
mutilation,
that guy
so
beat the fuck
who
out
am
of me.
I to get involved in their culture? But these are the people that are just gonna wander around and just say this shit. Now, the tolerant left threatened to kill Erica Kirk to the point that she didn't even show up at her own event. All right, like they had this giant Turning Point event yesterday, and she didn't show up because of threats on her life. Like, not enough that they murdered her husband. Like, it's truly unbelievable. And this is the empathy people.
With our vice president, but after all our family's been through, I take my security team's recommendations extremely seriously. Thank you to our amazing Georgia chapter for your support. God bless you all. What do you want? What sort of light do you want to shed on what she was experiencing and what's happening now?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really unfortunate experience for me too, just to have to watch that very difficult decision get made, which I think is the first time that we've ever had to make that decision in Turning Point history. But everything that happened with Charlie, obviously, his assassination, we're still, you know, grieving that. And you saw what happened with Savannah Hernandez, one of our TPUSA Frontlines reporters in Minneapolis. And to see the security team, you know, tell us, we cannot guarantee your safety, we recommend that you don't do this, was a really chilling moment for all of us.
It's so chilling. Like, these people did nothing wrong. It's so chilling. You know, they murdered Charlie Kirk, which is one of the biggest tragedies I think I've seen unfurl. You know, an unbelievably horrible situation where essentially it's still being made fun of by the left. You know, not even exaggerating. It's still being celebrated by the left tremendously. Infinite Charlie Kirk memes getting churned out literally everywhere, and it's heartbreaking. It's actually heartbreaking.
To kind of have to internalize and experience and realize.
Threatening his wife so much, his widow, that she can't even.
Hey,
go
buddy.
places. It's
How you doing?
Shocking how evil people are. You know, Candace Owens, of course, says that I don't believe there was actually a security risk, is probably a lie, etc., which is unbelievable. But it's just shocking watching this happen and unfurl.
Is that Erica Kirk is, you know, her children are one parent away from being orphans. And sometimes you just have to say, listen, right now,
All right, well, that was a stupid thing to say.
Your security and your children, your family.
Obviously, it's not a risk you could take. It's just actually heartbreaking watching this happen constantly. It really is. And in fact, the women drama gets so fucking bad, actually, everywhere. All right, Will Smith, you might remember him from being completely and utterly humiliated by his wife literally all the time. Well, his wife continues to humiliate him. Right, and then you wonder, like, wait a second, I don't understand. Why are people not getting married so much? Why are men not willing to date women? What? Well...
Will Smith's wife is going viral humiliating the poor dude again? No. Not a... No.
Every
now,
time.
mind you, Will and I were not together. We hadn't been together. 2016.
What does she write a book about how she cheated on her husband?
I decided I'm gonna take myself
Word
to the table,
travels
and Will's
faster,
not
see.
ready. He's
This
not ready,
will travel
and I'm
faster.
like, so I'm like, well, I'm gonna have to speak my truth.
And you know, whatever comes after this is gonna be the most top quality, certified bullshit that you can even imagine.
But I'm also gonna protect you. So if I gotta look like the adulterous wife to make sure you're
Boars
good,
don't like
I'll
to
do it.
wander alone.
What?
Huh?
Built for the wild.
Leave it to somebody like this to cheat on your fucking husband and then to go and write a book about it, go on a book tour, and then talk about how you took accountability for cheating and you were the one that's carrying the cross. Outro!
I got in my martyrdom back.
You're a martyr?
And what that is for me is...
She is a martyr for cheating on her husband and taking accountability. You have to understand. You have to understand the level of retard shit we have to deal with in society. Right? And these people vote. These people are the empaths. These are the people that are basically dictating society.
I quite learned how to love myself,
right,
and not leave myself on the side of the road. And in that moment,
dude, this is some whole logic that, like, I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah.
We all remember this. Oh. Wait, so now she's
She's just on a generational run humiliating this guy. Like, I don't even want to make the joke about, like, imagine if genders were reversed. But it is crazy.
No, I'm for it.
What is going on right
Keep
now?
my wife's name
out of your
Yes.
mouth.
You became
Jesus.
the bad guy. Look what Jada made him do.
Dude.
Jada.
Oh my God, how is this possible? How can these people be victims for, like,
You're
literally
lying.
everything?
Not for long.
People are insane. It's crazy to live like this.
He rolled her eyes and look what he did. He ran up and hit Chris.
Yeah.
Poor Will.
The
Send
adulterous
me
wife
best to
forced him to
Davy
go
Joe.
to the table.
God damn, how the hell am I supposed to beat this guy?
Over this. She's actually the victim. She was the adulteress, it's true, but she was the victim. Bro, dude, the Bible calls for the death penalty for women that cheat on their husbands. The fact that she is literally being, like, exonerated by society, going on this tour, humiliating this poor bastard. After she cheats on him, she goes on a humiliation tour for this guy, and literally being praised by the entire, like,
You're my new
lactoid bullshit, you know, echo chamber. Like,
No, I'm not.
understand
I'm
how
outta here.
bad it is.
And sit there, you know what I mean? And now look at what she's done. She has the power.
I just had to get out of there.
To make him go up and slap somebody on stage.
Isn't it crazy how much one person can totally ruin your life?
All the reports would come out that me and Will were getting a divorce. And Chris he thought that we were getting a divorce. So he called me and he was like, hey, you know, basically he was like, I'd love to take you out. And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, well, aren't you and Will getting a divorce? And I was like, no.
So let me put this out there, right? Honestly, this makes me understand Will Smith a lot more. This dude is in your wife's DMs on a regular basis. It's like, you know, oh, it's that time of the year. Look who's calling. It's Chris. And he's trying to hook up with your wife constantly. I bet she probably brought that up to him to make him feel insecure. Now I'm in this embarrassing situation.
Easy, bro. Like,
Oh, this
you guys
is
seen this? Like,
wait, this is 4 years ago?
Would you say she has been instrumental in you and I redefining our relationship?
I would say don't just start filming me without asking me if you could film me.
Astaire, come help us again, please. I'm still dealing with foolishness.
Don't. Because she don't just.
Would you say that she helped us heal the hurts that we caused between one another?
Bitch, just stop. Bro told you to stop. You stop, bro. Like these people. Like, she just gets off on humiliating this guy. And for whatever reason, that's just perfectly accepted in society because women humiliating their husbands is just cool. Like, and the thing is, if you look at like TikTok or you look at like these drama things, like these videos that go viral literally everywhere, it's like it's just women humiliating their husbands, laughing at the camera and getting 1 million likes. But if a man humiliates his wife, holy shit, what an evil, abusive retard. He's probably a rapist.
My social media presence is my bread and butter, okay? So you can't just use me for social media and not, you know, don't just start rolling. I'm standing in my house. Don't just start rolling. Don't.
Please watch us stare at the
And
red
then she published it anyway.
table because she's helped us a lot. Can't you tell?
I think you need to say clearly what happened.
As far as what?
You and I decided we were going to take our space, and what happened? An entanglement?
Yes.
Jesus.
Yes.
A relationship.
Yes, it was a relationship. You and I were also going through a process of healing in a much different manner. And it all started with...
It's healing. So, fucking weird. Confirms past relationship. Yeah, she hooked up with her son's friend, right?
So are y'all living together?
It's just this beautiful connection. We will.
Look at that.
Not right now.
Dude. But you will.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's
why do you say that with such clarity?
She's bald, which is like one of the worst crimes against humanity possible. But like a married woman sleeping around needs to be publicly humiliated. Like the Cersei Lannister treatment with her son's friend. It's just unbelievable debauchery going on over here. These are the sickest motherfuckers of all time. Then they say, why won't a man commit? Are you kidding me? Commit to this? This is your idol? It's just absolute insanity. Like, we are living in a society where we are just manipulated to obliterate each other. Like, dude, poor women. Poor women and poor men. Poor men that we have to deal with women. Poor women and poor women that they're manipulated. They continue to be this, and this is the girl boss archetype. Completely, absolutely debaucherous retard. Deeply unhappy person, by the way.
Because that's what it's going to be.
That's where you're headed.
Yeah.
We both are on that page.
Yeah, and you know, but right now I really do enjoy my space.
Yeah. When you imagine your life back together, because I'm sure you've seen it, how does that look to you?
We don't know yet.
You'll know.
It's so grotesque. These girls gas each other up to just...
They know they're doing the wrong thing, and they know they're miserable. So they only exist. They only exist in this little ecosystem where at least they have the other girls telling them that they're doing the right thing.
Be the nastiest, most conniving bitches. You don't really have real guys going out there saying this stuff, getting applause from other guys, romanticizing, embarrassing their husband.
Yeah, and it's everywhere. It's everywhere right now, and it's crazy how it's just this drastic vilification of men wherever you go. If you look at these statistics, it just scare the shit out of you. Overall, you have a positive view of the opposite gender. 70% have a positive view of the opposite gender. Women, 50% have a positive view of the opposite gender. That's insanity. That's crazy. It's complete and utter insanity. These are the empaths. These are all the empaths, you know, and then they'll go out there and say we hate all men, and then you respond to them. George Floyd. George Floyd. Hyper-feminized bubble where these bitches be gassing each other up to cheat on their husbands and become horrible, evil people, humiliating them wherever they could possibly get away with it. Ultimately, this is one of the major issues. If you look at the actual stats, the majority of women vote left, the majority of men vote right. So the reason why we're having this pendulum swinging back and forth between the right and the left is because the women are voting for the left. So the left needs to keep the women voting for the left. So, you know, obviously the establishment and the left in general, who owns like the broader media space, you know, Hollywood, the media space, the college systems, they need to continue pumping this unbelievable level of propaganda to manipulate women. And it's just absolutely heartbreaking. And, you know, they do their absolute best to prevent women from getting married, to prevent women from actually getting into relationships, to tell them they should become the girl boss and humiliate their husbands, which obviously drives some men away as well. You know, tell them to become hoes and skanks and sleep around with literally everybody, and it's empowering. And while we're real here, men don't want to marry hoes and skanks. Men actually appreciate and value virtue. And women are literally groomed into doing the most unvirtuous things possible. And There's a very, very obvious reason why they're doing this, actually. It's because nothing will radicalize a woman and red pill them like actually having children. A woman with a loving husband actually doesn't think all men are bad all of a sudden. A woman with a loving husband all of a sudden thinks that, wait a second, it's really nice that he has a gun to protect their household. A woman that has a husband all of a sudden doesn't actually necessarily want infinite socialism and paying higher taxes. A woman that has children does not want to open the borders to sex traffickers and rapists. A woman that has a husband breaks out of the woman echo chamber bubble, because the way social media is designed is just literally to trap you in their little echo chambers every single time and push you down that path even more and more and more and more. And you know what? The moment you have a spouse, you're going to start opening your eyes to a whole new echo chamber of retards. That's exactly what they're afraid of. So they will sacrifice the happiness of women on the altar of progress. Let's take a little look into our neighbors in Europe, shall we? Because if the left wins here, we become this. All right, so this is what the inbreds of Bradford think of their host nation and people. I really love when they say the quiet part out loud. Look, man, I've been so radicalized since I saw that Somali interview with the guy saying, hey, don't you think that there's negative repercussions to raping women? And the guy's like, well, I mean, technically she could scream if she gets raped. I was like, wow, dude, maybe we shouldn't be inviting these people into our country. Well, Europe is finally fighting back and passing votes to deport millions and denaturalize more.
Fuck them all. Fuck reform. Fuck all of them, yeah.
Why do you think they are onto the Pakistani so much?
Because they hate because they can't be used, bro. They got no culture, they got no future.
What culture?
That's right. England has no culture. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The West has no culture. It's the Pakistanis that bring culture to the West.
Could they beans and toasters?
That's right. I mean, yeah, we have great gang, but hey, at least we have good food. I mean, I love when people use this argument that it actually makes any sense at all. We can borrow your cookbook and deport your ass, and our culture will improve.
England's national dish is fucking chicken tikka. They've taken everything from us, yeah. They've robbed India and all that.
They robbed us because they could. All right, you want me to introduce you to something fucking awesome? Imperialism. All right, I'm sorry about that. You're not allowed to be based anymore. I think that it's fucking awesome that England conquered the world. No, you have to believe that it's an obviously horrible thing. Look, I'm just saying, Zimbabwe before colonialism was a shithole, during colonialism was beautiful, and after colonialism was a shithole. You tell me the common denominator, motherfuckers. And besides, if England was so bad, why are you there? I love how every migrant fucking hates America and hates England, but desperately is trying to come and leave their shithole behind.
Not giving nothing back, yeah. And they're trying to get us gone. They brought us here, bro. And they're saying, oh, we shouldn't have come here, go back to your own country. They brought us here. It don't make sense, guys.
100%, man.
They brought us here. They invade illegally on these little fucking boats. They brought us here. Yeah, no, they didn't, actually. Not in these numbers. Well, are you absolute insanity? All right, yeah, so people from the 7th century sandpit are desperately upset that England has no culture unlike them. Let me introduce you to the culture that they came from. It's beautiful. Wow. What a beautiful culture that they're coming from. Man, I wonder if they
demand the captain. Hands to duty.
Loving culture. Isn't that gorgeous? Man, but at least they have good food, right, guys? At least they don't have beans and toast. Anyway, this is a 9-year-old girl who was sold into sex slavery and forced to marry a 7-year-old Muslim man.
My father has sold me because we don't have bread, rice and flour. He has sold me to an old man.
Did they criticize Epstein? My God, don't worship an Epstein.
He's bought Parwana for 200,000 Afghanis, just over $2,000 US.
2K, and he bought a little sex slave forever.
Covered up, Parwana whimpers as her mother holds her. This is your bride. Please take care of her, says Parwana's father. Of course I will take care of her.
Is this the culture you're bringing to England?
Replies the man. His large hands grab her small frame. Parwana tries to pull away. As he carries her only bag of belongings, she again resists, digging her heels into the dirt. But it's futile. The fate of this small, helpless child has been sealed.
Yep, let's bring these guys in by the millions. They can totally assimilate into our culture. Anyway, speaking of assimilating, this is just a fantastic example of all that assimilation that I hear so much about. All right, so these are Brampton residents yelling in outrage as their city leaders approve daycare expansions right in front of their faces.
National Assembly, all in favor, please raise your hand. All in favor, please raise your hand.
All in favor, please raise your hand. And look at the council. All in favor, please raise your hand. Is there anything you're noticing about the council that's voting? Wow, you mean to tell me that all the seats voted the same way? I can't believe all the Indians voted the same way. This is so weird. So you mean to tell me that we import tons of people from the third world into our countries, they get positions of power, and then they just outvote us and destroy us, literally only favoring their own little minority. It's so weird. Isn't that odd? And by the way, if you don't want to vote them into power, then you're racist, actually. All right, this is a horrifying story of a toddler, a 2 to 4-year-old, suspended from a nursery after being transphobic.
A toddler was suspended from a nursery after they were accused of being transphobic or homophobic. I just cannot believe this. The Department of Education data revealed the child is either 3 or 4 years old.
Wow.
The Department of Education spokesman said all pupils and staff should feel safe.
Safe?
I can't believe I'm reading this. Should feel safe and protected at school and should never face violence or abuse. The educator.
You don't want the teacher, part-time groomer, by the way, to get offended that a 2-year-old called her ma'am instead of sir.
She said,
Ready on the go!
Clear. She expects school leaders to enforce good behaviour, and we are committed to a comprehensive programme of behaviour to support.
This is shocking, man.
Schools. A top.
Even the media's like, I don't even like. How do we even do this? This is crazy. All right, and you thought that's bad? Well, it's everywhere. This is a guy in Iceland also facing prison. Right, he's facing prison for this. Understand how tough these people are. Leftism is cancer. All right, it is evil. It is. So yes, when Sean Ed calls me out and saying I just, basically smear leftists as a whole, it's fucking evil. That's right. I do smear them as a whole because their ideology is demonic.
An activist in Iceland, Elder Christensen, chairman of Samtökin in 22, a gender-critical organisation that supports single-sex spaces and opposes the medical transitioning of children, is...
Listen to how he described it.
Being investigated by police over 7 posts he shared on Facebook and X, where he expressed criticism of male breastfeeding.
There is a guy
what now?
in Iceland for saying men cannot breastfeed. Are you hearing this correctly?
And the teaching of gender diversity.
This is fascism. All right, fascism is I'm going to throw you in jail because you're challenging the narrative.
To children. He's faced questioning by the police, and although not yet charged, his solicitors expect he will be charged and convicted. So I'm joined now by gay rights activist Elder Christensen.
I'm really glad we got gay rights activists here.
Perhaps you could start by, this sounds like an extraordinary story. Perhaps you could start by explaining what it is you tweeted or put on X or whatever we're calling it these days.
They're arresting a gay rights activist because he criticized male breastfeeding. Understand where we are.
This tweet in question with the breastfeeding, I believe it was put, I believe I tweeted it in August of last year. It was a Pink News article which was telling us, the reader, how wonderful it is for men or trans women to be able to breastfeed and why it's good for mom and baby. And I put forward a staunch criticism of that, and I wrote, that rag, meaning Pink News, advocating for such practices, because if you think about male breastfeeding, then obviously...
I've never thought about breastfeeding, actually, until literally today. I've never even thought about it. Because it's fucking retarded. You don't need to live in this delusional reality. They do. In Iceland, they do. You have to understand how lucky we are that we don't have to live like that. They do have to live like that. Because they don't live in the best country in the world. They live under this bullshit ideology where hate speech is criminalized.
It's, the man cannot carry a child nor give birth to it. So what is the motivator behind a man actually taking drugs, domperidone, to induce lactation, to breastfeed the child? Whose needs is
Exactly.
whose needs are being satisfied here? Is it the needs of the infant, or is it the needs of that person?
I just listened to this discussion, and it's just shockingly disgusting, man. Shockingly disgusting. This entire discussion. Why can't we just agree to the reality that men can't be women, and women can't be men, and these people have mental illnesses? And we all know this is true. Okay, I am convinced. I'm convinced that
And before,
90%
all we
of the
complained about
leftists
was
that say
taxes.
that trans women are women, 90% of them don't actually believe it. It's literally just the talking points. This is shocking. It's shocking how far we've fallen. This guy's getting arrested for saying males breastfeeding is stupid.
And who is taking the drugs and trying to breastfeed an infant.
And of course, your criticism was very robust, and you said that it was a form of child abuse. That there was a fetishistic aspect.
Yes,
How
I
did the
used
governor deal worse
the
than
P
this?
word, pedophilia, in this context, because, and I stand by it, because if you do use, or if you are not a gynophile, and which is a sexual fetish, and if you are using infants or children for that matter to satisfy your sexual fetishes, it's pedophilia.
Wow, that guy wouldn't shut up.
Which is completely right. I don't think that all transgenderism is the autogynephiliac fetish. I think a lot of it's just a mental illness. But the reality is, this is fucking insane. What is going on? What is happening? Youth Center, this is in England, did not want to report 16-year-old girls raped to authorities because, quote, Muslim boys are already under enough police scrutiny. Oh, German media claims it's German media. It's not British media. Every day I wake up and I read an article from Europe, and I literally just
There's got to be here is a buyer.
That we have the same cultural foundations as these people. Hitler fucked up so badly that these retards are scared to be called a Nazi to the unbelievable extent that they are literally letting Muslims rape their children and not call them out of fear of being called a Nazi. This is like complete moral psychosis. Now, the fight back is actually happening now. This is the Dutch politician Geert Wilders. He's been based as fuck from what I've seen.
We want 60,000 Syrian refugees in the Netherlands to return to Syria immediately. And we want, maybe one of the most important things, we want all criminal foreigners to be deported from the Netherlands.
That's right. And people are actually starting to wake up. The right wave that's happening is insane. This is Rupert Lowe. Rupert Lowe is a British politician basically running on we are fucking everybody. Some exciting news to share. Restore Britain's membership gone up through 120,000. That's double the Liberal Democrats. Double. Almost entirely done through social media. Less than 6 weeks after launch. Less than 1 week after our official registration as a political party. Our ground game is now firing. Approaching 400 parliamentary constituencies. Now that our local branches are up and running, introductory meetings happening every day. And essentially, it's actually picking up steam despite having just started because people are tired of this. Breaking, the European Parliament voted in favor of removing all tariffs on the United States industrial goods, completely caving to Trump. First they say Trump's a fascist. You're not allowed to play the game with him. But every single one of them is going to cave to this guy because he is actually a man, and these people are weak, effeminate, feminized retards. And they'll always cave. Now, this is a new era, the likes of which we've never seen anywhere in Europe. Parliament just voted for a new stricter return regulation. There is a new consensus in Europe. The era of deportations has begun.
And it is adopted.
Damn, bro.
So
Look at that. Okay. No, stop clapping. Stop being happy. Stop being happy about this.
Guys.
Look how fucking unhappy she is that this passed. It's the liberal society, let's be honest. I'm not not trying to be controversial here or anything, but we gave them the ability to vote, and then the elite started brainwashing and manipulating them through emotional propaganda, and now they're all voting left. And we had to deal with this radical left push, and now we're finally fighting back against quite literally radical
Helm's
feminists
yours,
in
Captain.
Northwestern civilization. Breaking. The European Parliament has voted in favor of making it easier to deport illegal migrants from Europe. The Swedish member of the European Parliament managed to build a right-wing majority on the question. This is insane. And you know who else had enough of this entire migrant bullshit? Japan.
More sail, more
Japan
speed.
is so tired of it. They elected the most right-wing government they've ever had.
The Japanese are quickly losing their country, but when they speak out against it, they get attacked by exactly that. As in Saitama City, Japan, their elected leader marched against a foreign festival for allegedly having ties to terror. And even though he was surrounded with police protection, somebody had no problem walking up and smacking him.
God damn. It's so crazy because this shit doesn't fly in Japan. Japan is like such a respectable society. They don't believe in petty crime. The crime rates are super low. Their people are so respectful there. Again, this is coming back to the fact that now we have padlocks on our underwear in Walmarts in leftist cities, all right, because we have imported cultures that are antithetical to the way we grew up, and they want to fucking destroy us. They don't care about our culture. They care about our values. And Japan is facing this rude awakening right now. They're realizing, wait a second, our cultures are not compatible. Damn, bro.
And as another mass...
This dude just stayed on, he was in shock. Look, I mean, in a way, I think one of the reasons why he stayed
Chips
in
on
the
your
ground is
hand,
like,
Captain.
he just got the best political campaign of his life. He's out there campaigning. I think this is like the big anti-Muslim guy, campaigning that Muslims are violent or whatever, and then a Muslim beats him up in public. Like, I mean, this is the Japanese equivalent of Trump getting shot at.
And as another masked non-Japanese man...
Non-Japanese? You mean to tell me he's part of an innocent Japanese culture that did something completely uncouth?
I distill the camera. Another angle shows the police getting splashed with an unknown substance. As their group had no issue shoving police, as apparently he was with the guy that hit the city council. Why even supply law enforcement if all they're gonna do is provide a barrier for them to hide behind and basically refuse to make any arrests? As the internet's explanation goes into the tensions between the Japanese nationalists and foreigners for potentially having ties to a group, their home country, that doesn't...
I thought it was Kurds. Yeah, I expected it to be Kurds. Saitama especially has massive issue with Kurdish migration. There are a lot of Kurdish people that show up, and shock of all shocks, there are now literal Kurdish terrorist organizations in Japan. I mean, you mean to tell me that people come from Muslim countries start terrorist organizations? Muslims starting terrorist organizations? Ah, that must be some Islamophobia swill that you're hearing.
Designated as terror. But when you look at the Japanese articles, that roughly translate to admitting the assault occurred, with the authorities refusing to release information on the investigation, but concluding the article on how this was a Kurdish festival.
Didn't see that coming.
They put on national costumes, held hands, and danced to folk music. Why the hell were they compelled to include any of that, as if anybody seeking the article on the attack needed to know the peaceful aspects of the gathering, not the several assaults that occurred, both on their elected leader and the police, which just lets us know Japan is suffering from the same liberal nonsense we are in the U.S.
I don't think it's nearly as bad as in the U.S. or in Europe especially. Oh my fucking god. But yeah, it's bad. Absolutely. It's bad everywhere. The media sphere is a giant propaganda campaign pushed by elites across the world to guide the world down the path that they
I
want
need
to
10
guide.
coppers, huh?
It's evil.
Always tells me that it's just a lunchbox and that it's not that deep. But it is. And I'm going to take you down with me. Because the bento box is also a symbol of Japanese empire. Patriarchy in any country is always going to be closely linked to nationalism.
Bro, I didn't realize they had these woke retards like everywhere, bro. This is insane. The bento box is racist, Holy fucking shit, dude. Woman, go back into the kitchen and pack your husband a bento box. What are we doing? What are we doing? This is insane.
Because women quite literally make humans and are socializing them for the next generation of laborers. But it is also a direct correlation with how much you love your country. Because those lunchboxes are not only beautiful, but they're also really well thought out in terms of nutrition. So there's this spirit of wanting to raise these really strong and healthy citizens for the nation. I always get the ick because it just reeks of nationalism. Whether it's subconscious or not, I think so for someone like me who teaches gender in Japan, it's really, really difficult for me to come in and say, hey, that's actually oppression.
Nonsense like this.
It's not oppression. You're retarded. Stop it. Oh my god. It's unbelievable that even Japan has these retards. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
Just reminds us that being recreationally offended is no longer exclusive to America, as nobody actually struggling in life or is...
I'm happy he's mentioning that. The honest truth is, it's only the most entitled fucking people on the planet that have the time to actually get offended by shit like this. You think the Iranian people
Grab some wood before. Wait, first of all,
actually give a shit about stuff like this? They're trying to survive. You think the people in Israel in constant war, or the people in Palestine?
I got enough, so let me grab a...
I haven't been able to find it on maps, but apparently some people think it's real. They don't have time to deal with this shit. It's literally coming from this, like, entitlement perspective. You know, I am super entitled to all of the things. I have no time for anything that's, you know, remotely important. I'm not contributing to society, so I have to make believe I'm contributing to society by criticizing bento boxes.
Fighting something useful to society has the time or even the drive.
Deeply miserable women, usually, that don't have a husband, don't have children, and still want to contribute in some way, and they do it the way they know best. By nagging. By constructively criticizing the patriarchy.
Figure out how lunch is oppressing us. But the scary part is, it's like they all deploy the same playbook on how to destroy a country from within.
They do. It's communism. It is the communist revolution. That is exactly it. This is Bolshevism at its absolute core. It's emotionally manipulate retards. And, I mean, I don't mean this in a bad way. Women think more emotionally than men. Men are more logical. Women are more emotional. Obviously, women are also logical, and men are also emotional. This is just statistically. And it's much easier to manipulate someone emotionally. So I think these elite people, or whoever's fucking doing this shit and trying to pull these strings, are literally targeting women. And that's why, in the book 1984, discussing dystopian futures, it literally says it starts with the women, because it's actually so obvious that that would be the game plan if, hypothetically, there was some sort of global cabal that eats children and tries to overthrow countries to instill their globalist order of homogenized slop. It seems like that's what they would do. That's what I would do if I was them. Now, I'm not them, to be clear. I am not them. I actually believe in God and think that inherently there are morals that I believe in. Cultures are different. Biblical values are superior. They don't believe that. They actually believe the opposite.
As of 4 days after the original attack, there have been no public arrests, sparking anger amongst the country. But even this random Japanese YouTube video explaining with oddly AI-translated speech.
The two main people who attacked the group in the defensive terrain could have been arrested on the spot. Saitama Prefecture confirmed that the organizer, the Japan Kurdish Cultural Association, had been designated by the Turkish government as a terrorist support group related to the PKK. And
Bro! We're dealing with this little terrorism everywhere. This is fucking insane! It's almost like they're trying to conquer the world or something! It's like the ultimate alliance, alright? You got the global communists, alright? And you got the anarcho-terrorists, okay? And essentially...
You know what? I'm gonna grab more.
They're working together. Because you see, Islam wants to conquer the world, and the retard global cabal of dumb fucks and rich people trying to destroy civilization in any form of unique ethnicities anywhere, they're more than happy to flood our countries with barbarians. So, you know, it's the barbarians want to flood our countries, and they want to flood our countries with barbarians. They shake hands, and we get raped. That's how it works. Understand what we're up against.
gave permission for the performance on the condition that the flags of political organizations would not be displayed in advance. But what actually happened? Items such as badges that were thought to be related to the PKK were being sold at the event. It has also been confirmed that some people were walking around wearing the flags of combat units. Furthermore, the violence and attacks on the police by Kawamoto were unforgivable. When asked why they arrest people and why they don't arrest them, the police officers honestly said that they can't finish them off because they come in groups. As you can see from the video, when trouble occurs, they all gather together like this, and they intimidate.
We can't arrest them. There's like 6 goat fuckers all working together. It's like the Power Rangers. We're powerless.
It's insane to think that local PD can be overwhelmed by such a small, aggressive group, to the point that neither their politicians nor their police are safe. But sadly, we've seen the same exact scenario play out in basically every single country that's asked to provide mass sanctuary. As I trust societies will always find their soft on crime approaches pathetically ineffective against those who don't respect their culture. I just think of that Takashi from Japan channel, illustrating how immigration can be great when paired with assimilation.
And you will never be Japanese. Doesn't matter how much, Japanese you speak or if you get naturalized as a citizen, it doesn't matter. But, I appreciate Japan.
They tend to be the kind of foreigner that is loud, kind of get looked down on by Japanese people, and that reflects on the rest of us, like all foreigners.
You know how in Japan you're always scared to disrupt others, and you have to be, how can I say? You have to pay attention to other people's needs.
If you just behave like Japanese people, then you'll be
I had to go not to fast travel to the kiln.
A mask. If you have a cold, don't talk loudly on the train. Japanese people accept if you behave just like them, but in fact you're a guest in the country, so you should behave better.
But when the newcomers aggressively refuse to...
But what if they're an Islamic terror organization that's planned is literally colonialism? Sorry to be Islamophobic here or anything.
That's when the Japanese get angry.
Europe, wake up! Japan, wake up! Deport them all!
With massive
deportation like Yagami scribbling shit in the deport note.
And anti-immigration marches.
Wait, I got a bunch of hole, huh?
Imperial Rising Sun flag.
Hey.
On a YouTube video I don't understand, other than the no immigration in English.
I get
As a Korean, I don't know how I feel about the Rising Sun flag, but here's the thing. As a
sorry
Korean,
about that, man.
American citizen, I don't get to speak on what Japan should do to best serve the Japanese citizens. But for some reason, in this state of globalized social media, we repeatedly see foreign countries chiming in on what you need to do in your country while completely refusing the same in their own.
Bro, I love seeing Pakistanis explain to us how we're actually really bad people and Jeffrey Epstein was a bad guy as they go out the next day and decide to buy a 7-year-old for their grandfather as a birthday present.
Japanese politicians warn how mass migration would make them the next Europe. Also explaining how anybody calling the Japanese racist for being against open borders are likely Russian.
Dude, I love watching libtards in America call Japanese racist for not wanting to cede their country to barbarians. Like, I can't believe Japan isn't letting the orcs into the Shire. But how will they rape the hobbits if they don't let them in? Fantastic question, libtard. You see, Japan is not like Democrats. They're not actually pro-rape.
And bots. It's almost like everything we're seeing in Western society is coincidentally occurring in every first world Asian country, with the exception of the BRICS nation countries. Oddly inorganic bot forms push for more open borders to avoid population collapse, then conservative movements push back, only to be framed as racist. But at least the Japanese elected a leader, putting preserving their culture over potential population collapse. As yes, Japan, like Korea and even the US, have massive concerns about the declining birth rates.
Japan is way worse than the US. I mean, I agree, it's an issue everywhere. I think the only first world country on the planet that actually doesn't have like a declining birth rate is Israel. I think Israel has like a three children per woman birth rate, whereas America's like 1.6 and Japan's like 1.3. You know, like honestly, really, really scary shit. Yeah, the solution though is not just dilute your people with infinite barbarians though. It's like, oh, we need to bring the inbreds into our countries. They will totally make up for our loss. Because don't you know the simple math? One Somali is just like one Japanese guy. It's a 1-to-1 equilibrium. It's totally worth it.
But honestly, with AI and advancing technology, I don't see it being as big of an issue as it would have a century ago, as humanoid robots are quickly becoming a reality.
Holy shit, is that Biden?
With Tesla's Optimus rapidly advancing, even still in its first iteration, is basically able to do everything in the house. As every single argument from mass migration argues who will do the low-wage, mundane work while completely ignoring how AI and automation will be taking basically every single entry-level position within maybe a decade.
That is crazy. I mean, I didn't look at it from that perspective, that we're just going to be outsourcing all this shit to machines. But yeah, he's not wrong about that. But the reality is, it was never about the birth rate. It was never about outsourcing the low-wage jobs. It was about leftists stealing countries and obliterating cultures. That's what it was actually about. All right, the excuses that they use are birth rates and shit. I don't know. I feel like it's really sad. Because I think so many people take leftists at their word. But if they don't believe in thou shalt not murder, or thou shalt not steal, or thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, why do you think they wouldn't lie to you? When leftists worry about the birth rate, they are lying to you. Their actions prove that they are lying to you. They support abortion. They tell women not to get married, right? They say become a girl boss and get a career. Don't actually settle down. They tell you children hold you back. When the reality is children are your source of life and happiness. That's not when living ends, that's when living starts. But the psyop is that the left will convince you that's not the case. So, if they worry so much about the birth rate crisis, why is it that all of their propaganda targeting us is to not, procreate? Explain that. Because it's a lie. They tell us not to procreate because that gives them the incentive to scream about the birth rate, to bring in the third world, to dilute our cultures and countries. The actual goal is overthrowing Western civilization and other first world nations that actually have some semblance of unique culture as well. Their goal is to turn us all into these medieval homunculi. Their weapon is the low birth rate. I don't know. Too many people take these people at their word, and honestly, we have to stop. We have to stop playing into this game. Their actions prove their actual ideology so much better than, their little gay explanations that don't really make sense, dude. Don't fall for the psyop. Be better than that and win. Get married, have a family, have some children, honor God. Be the change you want to see in the world. It's 2026, the year of the Great Crusade. These motherfuckers are going home.
It's rare that I can't yap up a wacky intro, but learning about this menace has left me stunned. I just saw this video from EWU body cams about this guy that would hide cameras in like every bathroom on the planet, it seems like. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got hidden cameras in my own porcelain throne territory there. Like he's infiltrated my domain and is filming me.
I'm calling because we just received an anonymous tip that someone has a camera in our employee bathroom and is uploading videos online.
They still haven't raised my charges. What's our charges? You're not supposed to be judgmental to anybody's crimes, by the way.
What the hell is even that? You're not supposed to be judgmental of crimes?
The hell is even that?
Miranda rights. I can't even really imagine that. Like, you show up to a murder scene, you catch the suspect, and you just happen to say, like, hey, buddy, look, I don't mean to be judgmental here, but you strike me as a bit of a jerk for this, taking a lot of human lives here. I know, sue me, I don't mean to judge. I feel like as far as judgment goes, crimes are a pretty solid one for people to form an opinion on, rightfully so. If you are found guilty of secretly recording thousands of people using the restroom, you're a fucking freak and people will judge you as such.
On July 19th, 2022, the police in Ann Arbor, Michigan responded to the Briarwood shopping mall after receiving this unusual call about video footage from a store bathroom being uploaded online. Horrifically, the resulting investigation into a tech-savvy peeping Tom would spread throughout the city of Ann Arbor. The final number of cameras and victims is enough to make your skin crawl.
It's not exaggerating either. It actually did, by the end of this investigation, have my fucking jaw on the floor with how many cameras and how many videos and how all over the place it was. There wasn't a bathroom in Michigan that was spared his peeping. Like, this guy is like the supervillain of shitters. There was nowhere safe, no porcelain throne left unsullied by his eyes. His near omniscient eyes. He dedicated his whole life, put his soul into his craft of spying on every bathroom in Michigan. He was literally like the architect from the making.
The whole Johnny Smalley story, which I thought it was worth making a quick little update about because it's pretty crazy. So, as we know, on April 15th, Johnny was sentenced and he was found guilty, and he was essentially sentenced to 6 months in prison with labor, and he was put on a S offender registry for about 5 years here in South Korea, meaning he can't go to playgrounds, just anything that helps women and children or something like that.
Vulnerable population, young people, adolescents, the disabled. So basically, you can't get into situations like that.
And there's a lot of people arguing, saying that he has to register when he gets home to the U.S. I'm not so sure about that, but that's what a lot of people are saying. So it'll definitely be interesting to see what happens then. But we have some new updates, and apparently it looks like he could be getting more prison time than what he actually received in the sentencing, because there was a few things. So now apparently it seems like there's going to be an appeal, and there was also some information about how the sentence technically could be illegal.
Yes, I've noticed those things, but I think the big thing is that a lawyer from Nova Law Firm here in Seoul, Lee Dong-ho, he has submitted a petition to the prosecutor's office to appeal this decision and go for a higher sentence. So that means if the prosecutor agrees to do that, according to this petition, that he'll go ahead and we'll start it all over again.
So what did he say in particular?
He said, so he started out with the positive things. He welcomes the conviction. He welcomes the fact that he went to prison and there's no suspended sentence, which we all welcome. And
today's a good day.
Those things he welcomed. He also welcomed the fact that the judge pointed out 3 aggravating factors. I think there are more aggravating factors in my opinion, but the judge pointed out 3 aggravating factors for sentencing. Disrespecting the law on YouTube, like outwardly disrespecting Korean law repeatedly. We all know he did that. Continuing to harass people online, unspecified victims, unknown victims, unidentified. So these are crimes that were unindicted. And so he pointed that out. That was happening during the trial. He pointed that out. And also that his activity online could incite copycat crimes. So all of those things the judge said are very serious. And so Lee Dong-ho says, so why didn't you take those aggravating circumstances into consideration with the sentencing length? 6 months for all that?
Yeah.
Like, where did the aggravating factors come in? But what he really took issue with was the judge saying that he did not, it was not proven that the victims in the deepfake case suffered sufficient or severe shame. So that statement, the lawyer Lee Dong-ho, he really takes issue with, and he says, why such a low sentence? Especially since my client, in fact, did suffer shame and did suffer damage as a result. So what did the victim say in court when she was testifying? She did say that his actions led to a lot of hate and insults by the Korean public against her. Things that would never have happened if it weren't for him. And that was, she said that was very damaging and very difficult. She did speak of the shame that she felt from the whole thing, but she spoke in sort of a nuanced way, and she was very calm and composed on the stand.
Right.
And this lawyer is very concerned that her calm and composure led people to think everything's okay, and he says that sends a very bad message. That if you are a victim, that you're going to have to put on an emotional act or something like that in order to get results. He said that this is a very low sentence. It's a lenient sentence that is unreasonably lenient, like materially unreasonable. And so that's his opinion. And he says that I'm going to
Every
do
token
everything I can
counts.
to support the prosecution in this appeal, and we hope to raise the sentence to something that's more in keeping with the precedent.
Interesting. So there was also this thing where a lot of people were saying that the sentence was illegal because it was too low, because apparently the minimum sentence for each deepfake charge is 6 months each.
Everything's lost.
It's apparently if you mitigate it, if you take all the mitigating factors, and the defendant has apologized and he's made amends with the victims, and there's been restitution, reconciliation, and if it's only that crime of the deepfake, it's 4 for each. It's 4 for the first count, and then for each additional count to go half, right? So 6 months.
Right.
So that's how you could come to 6 months for 2 deepfakes. Now, where's the obstruction of business?
Right.
If
so
you
that's what the detention, I guess, but it's not considered.
It's actually not the detention. The detention is for the Minor Crimes Act.
Oh, okay.
So for the obstruction of business, the minimum is 1 million won fine. You could also get prison time for that up to 5 years, right?
Yeah.
And in our opinion, this is aggravated enough that it merits prison. But there is no mention even of a fine. And how much would the fine be? So you have minimum 1 million won, and then 3 additional counts. You can have 500 for each. So 2,500,000. So if he was going to give the minimum sentence, it should have been 6 months for deepfakes and 2.5 million won. But with all these aggravating factors, this just doesn't add up.
Right.
So I think the omission of that 6 month length without either a fine or additional time for the obstruction of business, he's way outside the guidelines, and that's against free law.
Okay. So let's say if the appeal does go through, what then happens?
It will take. It could actually be very short and very long. So if they decide to call witnesses, I reckon that they will. Then you get that additional 3 months where you're waiting for the witness. It will be a very similar in any case, it's going to take 4 months for the first
All right, Mom.
6 months sentence. And if this trial goes on, say, 9 months, the prosecutor can ask
And how long do you
I think there's a 6 month max. So say the trial goes on, and usually over a year, something like that. After an additional 6 months, they would have to let him out. He'd still have to stay in jail. And just like he did in the first trial.
Right. So he's back to square one.
It's a tiny little kitty. Tiny little kitty.
That is very
Hey, blow the man down.
Just ready for say.
I think it's very similar. I think everybody should be very appreciative of the fact that he was a lot of people are just upset about the I would say it's about 60% are
right. But then a lot of people are just happy.
I think even out of those who are happy about getting the sentence, most of them are also
We might be putting the new guns to the test, man.
Hybrid's absolute you'd fit in perfectly being a real pirate.
So that's also interesting to see. But,
All right, let's get ready, lads. We're going to war.
I was confused about why it was happening, but I knew it was happening.
Oh, damn it.
I don't even know what that needed. But there was no reaction. They let him out the door. He walked slowly but confidently out the side door.
Miss.
Processing.
Oh, I tagged him a little bit.
He seemed very like stiff. Like he was like really clenching. It seemed like everything. It seemed like he was like, clenching.
Why are all his shots fucking dead on, man?
I don't know that he fully understood what happened.
Right. So what do you think happened? So obviously when he was carried away,
Come on, let's get behind him.
how quickly or how long did it take, do you think, until you realized, oh, I actually know?
That's hard to say, but I think it's possible. I'll tell you this. Once you go through that door, they will give you a piece of paper to read with your rights as far as an appeal. They make that very clear. The court is very good about making it very clear that you have the right to appeal and how to do it, and they make it very easy to do how to appeal. But what I've heard from a foreigner who was detained and was sentenced in prison, once you go through that door, nobody's helping you with it.
Right.
You are just not going to know what's going on.
Yeah.
They're just going to tell you the minimum of what you need to do. If you ask questions,
Right.
so the last communication about his situation
Where'd he go?
occurred in
Oh wow. And then you also have to ask yourself, where it seems like Johnny's lawyer was telling him that he didn't think that he was going to.
So we've seen his posts on social media,
Yeah.
which up to the morning of the
Yeah.
indicated that he thought he was going to get off scot-free.
Yeah.
Right? And you know that his lawyer told him,
Dead in the water.
"Don't worry, you're an American, I'm not going to do anything to you," and he would just laugh it off. And that is the lawyer that he had that little...
This little tiny bastard coming after me. Who do you think he is?
Super interesting. So his lawyer was not there, Hank was not there, and he was not there. His mother was not there. So, yeah, do you have any other subjects?
I think we got to keep the discussion going, and I think the public wants to...
Shit!
Lawyers taking some action here because
right.
And he's speaking up not just to the prosecuting officer.
We have until what? Wednesday of next week. Tuesday night at midnight. That's when we know if we'll be appealing. Interesting. So I guess we have to stay tuned till then. It'll be really interesting to see what happens. Thank you
Another
guys
one
so much
dead
for
in the water.
Here in beautiful Seoul again, and it's lovely here. I enjoy coming here, but it'll be good to go home and grind out regular content as well. So I'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much.
Where's
again
he
for
at?
all the
He's
help
on the
with all
far
this.
side.
I will also link his channel, Culture Brat, down below, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace, guys.
He sank his own ship. Dead in the water.
This IRL streamer is now in more hot water after a clip resurfaced of him going into a subway and broadcasting an announcement that he had a bomb over and over again on a loudspeaker. Oh boy, well, it's safe to say things are getting way worse for the streamer in Korea, who could be facing up to several decades in prison, as his antics in Korea just continue to be shown to the public, and he's also making things infinitely worse for himself by continuing to disrespect the country and just laugh at the entire situation. It's safe to say the dude is about to find out, because as I've stated in my previous videos on him, he is his own worst enemy, as he live streams himself committing dozens of crimes for content. So all the victims have to do is recognize themselves and file charges with the footage that he filmed. And all the prosecutors have to do is count the felonies and bring them to a judge. But for some reason, he thinks he's about to get out of this. I guess he's just assuming the same thing that happened in Japan is going to happen now. And for those of you guys who don't know, this guy, he's essentially the most hated IRL streamer because his whole content style is harassing random people in public, and I guess just seeing how much he can get away with. Then when he's confronted, he puts on this act like, oh, I did nothing wrong, and he has no idea why people are calling the police on him. He did this in Japan for a long period of time, but ended up getting arrested and spent roughly 3 months in jail for this. And at the end of the day, they let him go, as he apologized and lied in court. But later on, he deleted that apology took it all back, and then bragged about lying in court. Then I guess he went to Israel, continued the same style of content, was detained by the police and beat up by civilians multiple times before fleeing the country with an emergency passport, as his main American passport was allegedly taken away from him. This is an important detail now, as since he's gone to Korea and continued the same antics, but way worse. And that led him to being travel banned, but that hasn't stopped him from continuing to taunt the public and flex that he has this emergency passport, even though he can't go anywhere with it. As the Korean government, they've taken away his main passport and he's been banned from leaving the country. Which leaves us with another very popular question. Why is he not arrested? Well, he's been booked and released until trial and travel banned until the verdict. Now, apparently the reasons they're doing it this way is because they don't want to house him. Like, they've removed his passport, so he isn't really a flight risk. Essentially, they want to put the burden on him to provide for himself, because now he's forced to pay for himself to stay there until the trial is finished, alongside of paying to defend himself. This will likely cost him way more than he earned during his entire trip to Korea to begin with. Then on top of that, more platforms have now banned him, so he doesn't really have that many options left. As of now, he has like Rumble, TikTok, and Instagram. And all of this is happening after he previously took a 4-month break. And as he even admits, he can't afford to not stream.
I'm trying to do more daytime streams. I'm trying to be more consistent, guys. I want to stream at least 5-6 days a week. Like, I cannot take no break. After taking a 4-month break, I do not have no time to take any breaks. I hope this trip ends up good. It's been a success so far.
So being banned on both Kick, Twitch, and YouTube is a massive financial hit for him. But he has nobody to blame but himself. The clip that we just saw, though, is from his 5th day streaming in Korea. And a lot of his new problems come from this day. After he was indicted, people started to go through his past streams in Korea to help the prosecutors build the strongest case possible. And Johnny tried to scrub all the evidence of this, but, you know, since he live streams everything, there's people who just record and repost all of his antics. So the first incident that we're going to look at is him in the subway, as you know from the intro.
But what about people who feel like you're punching down, like you are not a trans person, and there are people who feel like it's different when you are part of the group that has been attacked, hurt, demeaned, etc. And then if you're outside of the group and you're having commentary about it, it causes feelings. And what do you say to people who feel that in some occasions you're punching down?
So Dave Chappelle recently did
Oh.
an interview on NPR. It's a lengthy interview. I will link it in its entirety in the description. And there's a lot of people from multiple sides of the political spectrum that are angry about this interview because they feel like Dave Chappelle is downplaying his previous transphobia. Of course, they're referencing jokes that he made on stage in his Netflix special. Again, not like actual statements of his true beliefs, but in addition to that, there are other people who think that Dave Chappelle is going back to the woke, he's betraying the right-wing audience that he was able to build up on, and all of these claims, all of these allegations, if you will, as the Super Mayor would call them,
false allegations and not facts,
happen to be fake and ridiculous.
Well,
And this is what
I
we're
don't
gonna
have any
talk
more
about
bullets,
today.
huh?
This is what we're going to discuss. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
We're heading to that island right quick.
Okay, this is a conversation that you know.
You're bored by, sick of.
Man, yeah, I'm not sick of it. I don't want to be dismissive to that sentiment, but I don't know. That's a tough one for me because so much of that was the media. But what was happening in actual life versus how the media was reporting on my show. And I feel like the way they were put on that show was rage baiting to some degree. And there's so many different branches to talk about it. But I would say that, you know, not everything is for everybody. I don't tell country artists what to sing about if I'm not going to go see a country show.
So if you guys will recall, there was a lot of controversy, and by the way, unnecessary controversy about Dave Chappelle's and Netflix specials, his big comeback tour, because Dave dared to go after the trans as individuals, dared to make jokes about them, and obviously, according to the left-wing media, that is punching down, that is no good, that is no bueno. But the thing is, a lot of people at the time, except for me over here on this channel, who understands Dave Chappelle, who has seen his comedy, who understands the one common theme in said comedy, didn't really get on board full with the Dave Chappelle is rebuking the woke kind of thing, because I understood where Dave Chappelle was coming from, because it was actually 100% clear from his comedy special. But the thing is, at NPR, they don't get it. They don't understand it. So even though they're doing an interview to celebrate Dave Chappelle saving an NPR station that is in his hometown of Ohio, and it's not really his hometown because he's from DC, but when his parents
There's something else I was going to put right here.
moving to this area
Oh,
of
I needed
Ohio,
the workbench.
they
That's
could
right.
not help but ask him about it. They could not help but mention punching down. And to me, I think his response is absolutely clear, even though people are getting really upset about it.
I'll give you an example. This is before I learned the phrase, I respectfully decline. And I was on Capitol Hill, and everybody ran up to take pictures with me from every congressional office. And I just take pictures with whoever asked. I didn't ask how they voted, what their voting record is. And then and everyone at first was like CBC people. And then here comes Lauren Boebert. And she said, "Can I get a picture?" And I'd already taken 40 pictures. I didn't want to say no in front of everybody. But I didn't know the phrase, I respectfully decline. So I just took the picture. And then she posted the picture before I could even get from there to the show, and says something to the effect of, "Just two people that knew that it's just two genders." She instantly like weaponized it or politicized it. So I got to the arena and I lit her ass up for doing that. And she should never do that to a person like me.
Now she knows what's up.
Yeah, you do whatever the fuck you're doing. Excuse my language. You do whatever it is you do, but don't get me out of the splash zone.
So to a lot of people, it's going to sound like Dave Chappelle was appealing to the right wing and then he backstabbed the right wing, or that he's trying to rewrite history. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of the outrage associated with this, as Dave Chappelle says, was due to people deliberately writing down his jokes, making inflammatory headlines, doing rage bait, which is absolutely 100% the case, and of course not understanding the point that Dave Chappelle was making while he was joking about the trans as individuals. Because sure, while he was somebody who was calling out a lot of the excesses of that community, he was doing so in a comedic way because he's a comedian, but the overall point, the core of what Dave Chappelle was saying, and what he's saying right here, where he says that he is the champion of certain people, but he's not necessarily your champion.
It's important because every opinion that you could think of is championed in a room. I don't silence your champions. In fact, I make space for your champions to have a voice. But I'm not your champion, and I am someone else's. You can't silence the team that you don't like. What they're saying, but you do have the opportunity to go on after them.
Is the fact that Dave Chappelle's entire point, like I said, way back in the day when this controversy was popping up, or controversy, if you will, is just saying that being black trumps absolutely everything. It trumps absolutely every single argument, every single other group in the United States of America. And what he was upset about is that the transes were actually taking precedent over black people. And this is something that I made a point of way back in the day when people were covering this and saying that Dave Chappelle was going right wing or he was attacking the woke, that he wasn't actually doing that. He's just somebody who cares about black people first. Again, he's their champion first. And when you see the world through the lens of black victimization, you don't like the idea of other alleged victim groups taking priority over you. Again, this is something that has been broadly missed, and intentionally so by some, but due to the fact that they're idiots by others, by a huge portion of the population, because Dave Chappelle was in no way, shape, or form going full right-wing or full transphobia or anything of the sort. He was just saying that black people, their victimization takes precedence over absolutely anything. This was obvious from his special. I made it clear in my videos, yet people over and over again were trying to go out of their way to misinterpret. And again, one of the famous clips that I found that I thought was hilarious was this TYT clip where they had this chick, Ravana, who's like, Dave Chappelle!
Dave Chappelle. I also want to say it's extremely sexist to reduce the value of women to their reproductive abilities. Lots of cis women cannot give give birth? Are they less of a woman because they can't give birth, Dave Chappelle?
And she tried to make the case that Dave Chappelle was saying that women who can't give birth aren't women, which he never said, he never implied, he never actually stated in any way, shape, or form, even in a joking way, yet these idiots were going out of their way to misinterpret it, and while doing so, they ended up abandoning somebody who still largely agrees with them. Again, one of Dave Chappelle's excuses for a later on portion of this interview, that might have actually occurred before, but whatever, it'll be linked in the description, you check it out for yourself, was related to the whole issue of him performing at that Riyadh Comedy Festival in Saudi Arabia.
I got all that flack for doing that festival in Saudi Arabia, but in Saudi, you know, I don't think that festival would have been legitimate if I wasn't.
You think you're creating space for them?
I mean, at the very least, and this is not nothing, that must have felt incredibly cathartic if you can't say everything you want to say, but you see somebody model that behavior. Oh man, you're gonna want it. So if you think of all the violence and all the things we export to the Middle East.
All right, well, I guess I'm gonna.
Culture's the best export we got.
But
I didn't feel wrong doing it.
Now, initially, Dave says, oh, it's important to do comedy, and he understands why people are talking about it, but the fact is, no money is clean money. Everything that you do is influenced by some kind of terrible circumstance, and in addition to that, he ends up calling out the United States of America for, guess what, evil white racism, saying that they have the money that has dead slave owners
It
on
looked
it,
like I was
and
gonna
that's
do it.
not really
It
good.
really,
And
really
even
looked like I was gonna do it.
that, making the case that nobody had a problem with Saudi Arabia investing in all sorts of other things until Dave Chappelle went over there, which honestly just plays to his ego, his self-centeredness, because people absolutely had an issue with Saudi Arabia doing sports washing and all sorts of other things. This was the whole dispute between the PGA and the Saudi Arabian Golf League, where you would actually be banned from PGA tournaments if you went to play for the Saudis.
You had no qualms?
I must say that they asked me to go years before that, and I said no for that very reason. Since that time, the United States government does business with the Saudis. Netflix does business with the Saudis. Everyone, the Saudis finance tons of movies. All these, I know, I see them financing boxing matches and all these things. And none of these things were an issue until I went there. Now, why is that? As soon as a black man can make money off the plantation, they trying to tell you that the money is dirty. Well, okay, I'll go home and spend the money with the actual slave owners on it. Where is this clean money you're talking?
But you said you hesitated for years to go, and the years you didn't go, so what made the difference for you?
Time.
So in my opinion right here, his responses to nearly all of this controversy are absolutely terrible. They're ridiculous. Again, they're double standards. They're about victimizing himself, about advocating for, oh my God, black people are the ultimate victims, which by the way is perfectly in line with why he was making jokes about trans people. But setting that aside from a time, that is not really the main issue that I have with Dave Chappelle performing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Because in reality, there is something to be said about you bringing stand-up comedy over there. You introducing an audience that lives under a repressive society to this art form that I think perfectly justifies people going over there. Now, to be clear, they also received huge payments. That's why they did it. They did it for the money, make no mistake about it. But the fact is, you could make this argument, and I think that argument is completely valid. In fact, Bill Maher ended up making this argument in favor of the comedians that went over there, even though Dave Chappelle went on to later attack Bill Maher and make the issue about Israel, which, by the way, is just another form of the derangement that we see time and time again from these left-wing types, even though, again, Bill Maher was 98% defending Dave Chappelle, but Dave Chappelle was really upset about being criticized in that particular scenario. However, the criticism of him, and what should have been brought up in this NPR interview, was the fact that Dave Chappelle said something to the effect of he could speak more freely in Saudi Arabia than in the United States of America. And again, it's one thing for you to say, look, Saudi Arabia, authoritarian state, religious theocracy, and it's good for us to bring American culture and American values in there, and all the other reasons that Dave Chappelle ended up giving, besides, of course, the evil white racist dead president money, which is ridiculous and absurd and stupid in every possible way. But when you go and then say that Saudi Arabia society is more open than the United States of America, that's when we run into big problems. But again, Dave Chappelle has always been an anti-American left-wing individual, so it makes sense that he would utter those stupid-ass words. And this is the part that is worthy of criticism, because while you could make the case that you're participating in the opening up of Saudi Arabia, the fact is, when you say that Saudi Arabia is already more open than the United States of America, you're doing the opposite. You're validating that authoritarian government. But again, outside of that particular statement from Dave Chappelle, I was totally fine with any of these comedians going over there, because I do believe to a certain extent you are helping to open up those people to other ideas, and it's good that you would de-radicalize, or at least participate in some form of de-radicalization of the general Saudi Arabian population, because like many places, even though it's a religious theocracy that has Sharia law, the populations in the Arab worlds tend to be more radical than their government, and opening them up would be a good thing. That being said, there is one individual that definitely deserves all the criticism associated with this performance, and that is Bill Burr, because he specifically called out taking a bunch of money in order to go to authoritarian Islamic countries from celebrities, until, of course, he was offered the money.
Beyonce and Mariah Carey actually did private New Year's gigs for $1 million. Did New Year's gigs for Gaddafi's kids. Can you fucking believe that? How much fucking money do you need to make, you know? You're gonna take a gig where you're gonna go dance like a goddamn fucking clown for a mass murderer's kids? And then you take that fucking blood money. And what he's done, you couldn't remember that he claimed he was behind the Pan Am bombings that killed fellow Americans?
Hybrids absolute. I'm going to be leaving soon. My dad wants to take me out to lunch to a Mongolian all-you-can-eat restaurant.
Flip into anti-American kind of
Mongolian food is good.
His perceived values for a paycheck. Bill Burr then tried to defend Saudi Arabia much in the same way that Dave Chappelle's statement about them being more open in allowing him to say things, the thing that Bill Maher ended up criticizing him for, by saying that they have like Domino's and all these fast food places, and therefore it's an open society and it's perfectly fine. And this is where you get into the major problems, in my opinion.
I can't believe you went to that place I can't find on a map. And this box said I was upset about it, so now I am. I can't believe how much anger I had about this issue after it went viral.
We get there, it's like in the round, and I'm waiting to go on, and everybody in the crowd is dressed like Yasser Arafat, right? Listen, what went on over there was a super positive thing. If you actually give a about those people and how they're living over there, there's going to have to be these types of things to kind of pull them in. And I will tell you, the Cheesecake Factory in Riyadh, man, it's incredible. It's right next to the Pizza Hut and the KFC. And if you want a pair of Timberlands, it's across the street next to the Marriott, catty corner to the fucking Hilton.
So yeah, all of the criticism of Bill Burr and the fact that he keeps throwing bitch fit after bitch fit related to this Riyadh performance thing, saying that eventually he's going to address it and prove everybody wrong, even though again he keeps doubling down on stupid, is justified 100%. Dave Chappelle's defense for why he was there, at least until he says that Saudi Arabia is more open than the United States of America in terms of speech restrictions, that's ridiculous. But again, up until that point, him trying to open up, export American culture and all that stuff, perfectly fine. But yeah, one of the things that I'm struck by this particular interview, this NPR interview, is the lack of confidence on a lot of these things from somebody like Dave Chappelle, despite the fact that he's been successful for a very long time. And when this man is on the stage, he's one of the best to ever do it. He absolutely commands the stage. So yeah, it's very interesting for you guys to check this out. Obviously, there's a lot of left-wing backlash for him seemingly walking back his transist comments. There's a lot of right-wing backlash to that. But honestly, in that regard, I think he's the most consistent. To me, the main issue right there is the fact that the NPR so-called journalist didn't actually ask him what the core of the Saudi Arabian criticism actually was, and allowed him to skate and say being black is worse. We should ignore what's going on in Saudi Arabia because, oh my God, dead slave owners on American money, America racist, even though, again, he's not even going to ever address the Arabian slave trade and how it went on for far longer than, of course, the transatlantic slave trade. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think about all this down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me in my social media, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Dave Chappelle having a weird, awkward interview that many of people are misinterpreting. Till next time.
But the reality following this, there was another Islamic terror attack. The sleepers are aware. There was another Islamic terror attack on American soil in Texas, where basically a Muslim terrorist walked into a elementary school with an assault rifle. Well, thank God he was stopped.
New details on the security breach at Zwick Elementary in Klein ISD that put the school safety protocols to the test. Police say an armed man in tactical gear managed to slip into the front office through an unlatched door. Fox 26's McKenna Earnhardt live at the school with more details. It's a pretty scary situation. McKenna?
Yeah, so what we've learned is that on Tuesday, a parent was leaving Zwick Elementary School right here and did not fully latch that door behind them. And so then 39-year-old Kyle Chris was able to sneak in behind them in just a 15-second period. So Chris was dressed in full tactical gear. And according to court records, he was armed with both a handgun and a taser. Now, Chris allegedly told...
That's pretty bad. So, yeah, terrifying armed Islamist Mui Mohanad Najm, that's his full name before I guess he changed it, has been arrested for going into an elementary school in Texas with tactical gear. This is fucking insane, man. Why does this need to happen every day? And, you know, honestly...
Welcome, fellow night owl. If you're just settling in for a cozy, relaxing listen, perhaps nestled beneath the covers or sinking into a comfy armchair, I'm so glad you've joined us. Before we embark on tonight's journey through the fascinating and often grim world of piracy, I'd love to know where in the world you're tuning in from and what time of day it is for you. Feel free to leave a comment and let me know. Perhaps it's a rainy evening in London, a sunny afternoon in Sydney, or the wee hours of the morning in New York. Wherever and whenever you are, I'm delighted to have you along for the voyage. If you enjoy calm, immersive storytelling that brings history to life in rich detail, all while helping you unwind and drift off to sleep, you might consider subscribing to this channel. We'll be exploring all sorts of intriguing corners of history in this soft, relaxing style. And tonight, we turn our attention to the golden age of piracy. When you picture a pirate, what images spring to mind? Perhaps a fearsome figure with a patch over one eye, a cutlass in hand, and a colourful parrot perched on his shoulder. You might envision a band of swashbuckling rogues hoisting the Jolly Roger as they set out in search of plunder and adventure across the sun-dappled Caribbean. This is the pirate of storybooks and Hollywood films, a romantic anti-hero who's as charming as he is dangerous. But as is so often the case, the reality was quite a bit grimmer and more complicated than the legends suggest. While the exploits of famous pirates like Blackbeard and Bartholomew Roberts have been burnished by myth into tales of derring do, the true story of life as a pirate during the Golden Age was one of hardship, brutality, ever-present danger, and often grim fates. Tonight, we'll peer behind the curtain of pirate lore to uncover what that life was really like for the men, and even a few women, who sailed under the black flag. As you get settled in, let your mind begin to paint a vivid picture of the world we'll be exploring. The year is 1716, and the golden age of piracy is at its peak. Across the Caribbean, the Atlantic, and the Indian Ocean, pirate ships prowl the waves, scouring the horizon for their next prize. But even as their fearsome reputation strikes terror into merchant crews and passengers alike, the reality for those aboard the pirate vessels is far from the promise of riches and glory. Let's begin our tale with a young sailor named James. James is 19 years old, the son of a struggling English farmer. Desperate to escape poverty and lured by the promise of adventure, he signed on with a merchant ship bound for the West Indies. But life aboard the merchant vessel was almost as grim as the hardscrabble existence he'd left behind. The work was ceaseless and backbreaking, the rations meagre and often rotten. The ship's captain was a tyrant, doling out beatings for the smallest infractions. James found himself crammed into dark, filthy quarters with dozens of other miserable souls, constantly damp from the seawater that sloshed beneath the decks, and sick from the stench of unwashed bodies and bilge water. It was a brutal existence, but at least it offered the faint promise of wages and a chance at a new life in the colonies. That is, until James's ship was intercepted by a Royal Navy frigate short on crew. Invoking the hated practice of impressment, the Navy captain forced James and a dozen of his crewmates into service against their will. Now James found himself trapped in an even grimmer situation, forced to labor on a warship for pitiful wages and subject to even harsher discipline and dangers. He watched his fellow sailors succumb to scurvy, dysentery, and the lash, all while facing the constant perils of battle and storm. After months of this misery, half-starved and driven to the brink, James and a handful of his desperate comrades saw their chance. Their ship had just taken a fat Spanish prize laden with treasure, and the captain had let discipline slack for a few precious hours of celebration. In the dark of night, James and his fellow mutineers slipped into the captain's cabin. A few moments of silent, bloody work later, they had control of the ship. And just like that, they ceased to be miserable Navy conscripts and became something else entirely: pirates. As you begin to drift off, let your imagination linger on this moment. James standing on the blood-slicked deck of his newly captured ship. A crisp
Hybrids
Caribbean
Absolute
breeze
one a
whipping at
spark.
his hair, as he and his
Yeah.
fellow pirates hoisted Jolly Roger for the
Give
first
me 1
time.
minute here.
The grim realities of the pirate life are still ahead of him. The long stretches of boredom and squalor, the ever-present threat of the
just
noose.
toss this shit in there.
But for that one moment, with the promise of freedom and plunder ahead, perhaps you can understand the allure that drew so many desperate men to the Black Flag.
Alright, let me
We'll
fire
leave
up.
James there for now, as you settle deeper into relaxation, ready to explore more
When
of his world.
my viewership's going
In
down,
our
I'll
next
probably come
chapter,
back here and
we'll
work on my
delve into
base
the
a little
harsh
bit.
realities of life aboard a pirate ship, the predatory economics, the brutal discipline, the ever-present spectre of disease and starvation. I hope you'll join me as the story unfolds. Until then, I wish you fair winds and sweet dreams. As the sun sank low over the glistening Caribbean, the notorious pirate Edward Teach, better known by his fearsome moniker Blackbeard, stood at the bow of his ship, the Queen Anne's Revenge. The vessel's sails billowed in the warm evening breeze, propelling him and his crew of hardened brigands toward their next daring raid. Blackbeard cut an imposing figure against the fiery sky, his thick dark beard braided with ribbons and his towering frame draped in a swirling coat. But beneath this iconic image lay a far less romantic reality. The harsh, brutal, and often short existence of a sailor turned to piracy in the early 18th century. Born Edward Teach in Bristol, England, around 1680, the future scourge of the seas first tasted naval life as a young privateer in Queen Anne's War. Privateering, a form of legal piracy sponsored by governments to introduced Teach to the thrilling pursuit of vessels on the high seas. But when the war ended in 1713, Teach and countless other mariners found themselves adrift without employment. For many, piracy beckoned as their only escape from destitution. Teach joined the crew of the pirate Benjamin Hornigold, learning the outlaws' tactics of intimidation and guerrilla warfare in the West Indies and off the American coast. In an era of great economic upheaval and inequality, piracy surged as desperate men sought to seize by force the riches that society denied them. Monarchy and aristocracy accumulated vast wealth, while common sailors earned meager wages and endured brutal discipline in the royal navies and merchant fleets. Naval life in the 18th century was a hard and joyless existence. Rations were poor, living quarters cramped and unsanitary, disease rampant, and punishments severe. Sailors were often impressed into service against their will, seized by press gangs, and forced to leave their homes and families for years at sea. Faced with such intolerable conditions, many sailors jumped ship and turned pirate when the opportunity arose. Teach seized command of his own pirate ship, the Queen Anne's Revenge, and earned his fearsome reputation as Blackbeard along the American coast and Caribbean. His name would become legend, evoking both admiration and terror. Yet his actual life as a pirate was nasty, brutish, and ultimately short. The reality aboard pirate ships was far grimmer than in most romantic imaginings. Conditions were crowded, filthy, and filled with the constant threats of violence, disease, and malnutrition. Pirates imposed strict discipline on their crews, with harsh punishments like flogging and marooning for any who broke the code. On long voyages far from land, the dreaded spectre of scurvy haunted every pirate. This wasting disease, caused by vitamin C deficiency, made gums bleed, teeth fall out, and old wounds reopen as it ravaged the sufferer's body. Other common scourges included dysentery, typhus, malaria, and yellow fever, which could rip through a ship and decimate its crew. The combat tactics of pirates depended more on speed and intimidation than firepower. They aimed to rapidly overtake and board victim ships, then cow them into submission by a show of force. Blackbeard honed this psychological warfare to a fine art, cultivating his diabolical appearance and demeanor to strike terror into his targets' hearts. When intimidation failed, combat was vicious, bloody, and often hand-to-hand. Pirates were hardened fighters and notoriously reckless, even suicidal in battle. Many wore an eye patch not from some heroic combat injury, but simply because it kept one eye adjusted to the darkness below decks, where the fiercest close-quarters fighting occurred. For all the perils they braved, most pirates saw paltry rewards. The loot from merchant ships was quickly spent or gambled away in port, with little saved or invested. Despite legends of vast buried treasure, most pirates remained poor, chasing an elusive dream of riches that always seemed just over the horizon. Among the pirate ranks of the Golden Age were two women, Anne Bonny and Mary Read, who defied the era's rigid gender roles. Both originally disguised themselves as men to join pirate crews, but their true identities were eventually discovered. By all accounts, they were the equals of any male pirates in ferocity and fighting skill. Irish-born Anne Bonny was drawn into piracy by her lover, Calico Jack the Rackham. She earned a fearsome reputation for her ferocity in battle, reputedly fighting on, even as Rackham and the rest of his crew cowered drunk below decks. When their ship was captured by British hunters, Bonny was sentenced to hang, but she won a stay of execution by claiming to be pregnant. Her ultimate fate is unknown. Mary Red had a similar tale, taking to male disguise as a youth to join the British military, then later turning to piracy in the Caribbean. She linked up with Bonny and Rackham aboard the pirate ship Revenge. In the last battle of their pirate careers, Red and Bonny were the only ones to offer any serious resistance as pirate hunters seized their ship. Red, too, avoided the news of pregnancy and tragically succumbed to a fever in the Jamaican prison cell. As British authorities vowed to suppress the pirate scourge, skilled pirate hunters like Woodes Rogers and Benjamin Hornigold ruthlessly pursued the most notorious brigands. Once pirate comrades themselves, Hornigold and Rogers had accepted royal pardons and now relentlessly stalked their former.
Yeah, I don't think I'm good enough for this.
Who finally killed Blackbeard after a ferocious battle off the coast
Like, hang on.
in 1718. According to legend,
Adventure.
Blackbeard suffered 5 gunshot wounds and
Character.
20 cutlass slashes before finally succumbing with his boots on. Maynard hung the beheaded corpse from his ship's bowsprit as a grim warning to other pirates, and the infamous Blackbeard passed into the realm of myth. Most pirates met similarly brutal ends. For the few who survived long enough to see trial, the inevitable sentence was death. They were hanged high from dockside gallows in public spectacles of violence intended to deter potential pirates. In a final act of defiance, some went to their deaths without repentance, mocking the authorities and encouraging comrades to the end. The pirate Charles Vane reportedly commented from the scaffold, "I hope there are some pirates here today. I was one myself and lived that life for over 20 years. And if there be any here, my advice to you is to make your hay while the sun shines. For I don't grudge the hangman his wages, nor the government a due. There is an entire world filled with wealth, and you have only to take it in your own two hands. Good luck, boys, and farewell." As naval power projection improved, and the great colonial empires consolidated control over maritime trade routes, the golden age of piracy flickered and died away. By the 1730s, changing economic conditions had made piracy a less viable alternative to legal seamanship, and the remaining freebooters struggled to survive, let alone prosper. In the centuries since, the brief reign of the pirates has been romanticized and mythologized in endless books and films. The real pirates, those desperate men driven to crime and insurrection against a harsh world order, have largely been forgotten. Their sufferings and sacrifices obscured behind a veil of dashing legends. The true face of piracy was a life of brutality, privation, and grim fatalism in the struggle to survive. Pirates embraced lives of crime and violence not as romantic heroes, but as outcasts and renegades. They raged against their civilization's hypocrisies and iniquities, but their resistance was ultimately futile and self-destructive. So as you drift off tonight, spare a thought for Blackbeard, Anne Bonny, Mary Read, Charles Vane, and the faceless thousands of others who lived and died as pirates. Remember them not as the caricatures of popular culture, but as they truly were. Defiant and doomed rebels clinging to the margins of a cruel world. The last glimmering of that lost age fades into the gathering dusk, as sleep's tides carry you to morning shores. 11. The Pirate's Legacy. As the golden age of piracy faded into history, the real pirates who terrorized the seas would soon be eclipsed by the myth of the pirate that began to take hold in the popular imagination. In the centuries that followed, the brutal realities of pirate life, the hardship, the violence, the ever-present spectre of death, gradually gave way to an oddly romanticized image. In books, plays, and later films, the pirate transformed from a desperate criminal leading a short, brutal life into a jaunty, adventurous rogue. The tattered, filthy clothes became flamboyant costumes. The pirate's grim struggle for survival in a hostile world became a dashing quest for glittering treasure. Real pirates who were stricken with scurvy were reimagined swigging from bottles of rum. The dangerous, often deadly pirate life was recast as one of freedom and adventure, a glamorous alternative to the restrictions of civilized society. The likes of Blackbeard, Bartholomew Roberts, and Charles Vane became folk heroes and icons, their grisly ends forgotten or glossed over. Even pirates who were nothing more than vicious killers, like Edward Lowe, were celebrated as rebellious anti-heroes. This myth of the pirate so captured the public's imagination that it has endured for centuries. But one wonders what the real pirates of the Golden Age would have made of this strange second life, granted to them by posterity. These hardened men, and a few women, who risked everything for an uncertain share of plunder, who endured unimaginable hardships, and who usually met early and violent deaths, might have scoffed at or even resented how their lives had been so thoroughly distorted. For in the sanitized, romanticized depiction of pirates that has taken hold in popular culture, we have lost sight of the stark realities of their existence. We've forgotten the rampant disease, the constant threat of death in battle or by execution, the gnawing hunger and thirst, the long stretches of boredom punctuated by terror, the hard choices driven by economic desperation. The real lives of pirates were not the stuff of adventurers and import blades. They were brutal and short, full of suffering and cruelty. Perhaps, if those long-dead pirates could speak to us now, they might tell us to remember them as they truly were. Not dashing anti-heroes, but desperate men driven to extremes,
All right.
romantic roads, but struggling souls
We're,
doing what they thought they must to survive in a harsh and
Everybody left. I'm gonna log out for a little while. I'll be back on later with GTA.
bought at the price of hardship, violence.
You guys have a good afternoon. I'll be back probably about 3, 4 o'clock.
Absolute peace.
Yeah, I'll be back about 3, 4 o'clock.
Grim truths.
I'm gonna get something to eat and take a shower. Maybe squeeze in a nap.
The myth has taken on a life of its own, one quite apart from the difficult realities of actual pirate life. And so the pirates of the Golden Age will likely go on living their strange second lives as dashing adventurers, even as